Just you. I know, I was like. Oh, yeah. Right. So whatever. Good afternoon. That the City Commission of the City of Brownsville will convene at a special work session on March 17, 2026. The time is 4:03 PM. This is a work session item, so number one is the Museum and Cultural Report. We'll turn it over to staff.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commission, thank you for agreeing to meet early. This is our initial pass at our Museum and Culture Report. The city hired our consultant, Candace Metallic, about a year and a half ago. And when we started this adventure, it was simply to talk about repurposing the San Fernando building as a museum, but a number of other events occurred right at about that time. And so we expanded the scope of her contract to look at the culture and art and historic scene in its entirety and how they all work together and relate together. And so we gave you the draft of her report. And then there's some other parts. She's been working with the Brownsville Historical Association. She's been working with the Midi Cultural Center and some other folks. And so she's going to present an overview of what the process she's gone through so far. And then she'll field any questions you might have from her report. And then she will take that and take that information and the questions and the other items you have, and she'll write a final report to be presented to you all, probably the second meeting in April, maybe the first meeting in May. But this is kind of our first pass at this. Again, a much bigger scope of a project than we imagined, which I say it's a good thing, because the culture and historic and art scene here is amazing. And for us to get it all within some type of master plan, I think will be very helpful to us going forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Candace Metallic. She is going to present from her chair there.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know how close to put this, so you can probably hear me pretty well anyway.
Welcome, Candace.
So I'm happy to be here and happy to have this opportunity to present some highlights from this report, from the document that Ellen sent you over the weekend. You know, the first draft is 35 pages, single spaced, with no breaks and no pictures or anything in it yet. So I know it was a lot. I've rewritten this thing a number of times in the time frame. of this project, just because of how things were changing and developing over the time period. So this is really just a highlight. And so I have about 8 slides, so not a lot, but we'll sort of touch on a number of the pieces and the process. And hopefully we will have time to go back. You also have some other pieces that you have printed that are not on the slides that we'll refer to as we walk through. See, get this going. Okay, so I want to just start with the overview. Many times this project felt like a Texas line dance, you know, steps and kicks and twists and turns and stumps, and, you know, it kept moving and changing throughout the project. So if that image is in your head, then it's a privilege. You know, if you've been a dancer, if you've done that, or if you watched it, then you know the energy. This project had the same kind of energy, and that was pretty neat. The original RFP that my firm responded to was for a new history museum in Brownsville. And then, as Alan said, this has changed dramatically throughout the process, but it's an important point because we're going to circle back to that sort of near the end. So then it focused on the Stillman collection, the Alexandrian Reliquary collection that Sandy Stillman is bringing to Brownsville. Then we broadened it out and looked at all of the museum's arts and culture in Brownsville. And the BMFA was closing as I started this process. So those decisions had already been made, and that's sort of when then my work started with the city. And there have, of course, been a number of other things that have come up in this last year and a half, and we've just addressed them as they've come up. And I agreed at the beginning to just be flexible. And really, it's not hard for me to do that because I've worked in museums for 50 years, so I've seen a lot. So nothing really throws me. You know, I know that there are great solutions to all sorts of situations. So that was sort of the way that we approached it as we went through, just to sort of address things as they happened and just keep going. So in coming and getting familiar with Brownsville as a tourist, it was clear as a visitor that there is a lot going on here. It was also clear that for the most part, things happening with the science side of museums, the zoo, the Children's Museum with their plans for the new science center, we're in pretty good shape. I did note that I think that Sable Palm is part of that science side, and that is an area that I think the city needs to support more strongly. It does need some help, and it's worthy of support, but I didn't focus on that too much. So I didn't really focus on the science side, but focus more on history and art. And then it started with art. Originally it was history, but then we focused on art, but it didn't take me long to figure out that if you're going to do anything in Brownsville, you have to include art as well as history. They are integrated. They are connected from the get-go. And what makes Brownsville distinctive in terms of border towns and in terms of just cities throughout Texas and throughout the United States is its history and its historic preservation, the amazing historic preservation that still remains with all the border brick buildings and what is still here. Compared to so many other cities, there is just so much here, and it's important to recognize that and to save it. So we focused on history and art in this project. So that sort of led to the knowing which stakeholder groups to begin to work with throughout the time period. So our goals for the project were to address issues as they came up and to try to work with all of the various stakeholder groups with the goal of trying to strengthen all of them and create a win-win. We found it, I discovered pretty quickly, and I think this is a strength of the city, that in order for any of the individual stakeholder groups to succeed, it would require collaboration with the other stakeholder groups in the city. And so what I've discovered over the last year and a half is that all of those stakeholder groups were pretty willing and interested in working with each other and helping each other. And in some cases that meant stepping back and giving up something in order to make sure that another group was stronger, or that they could win as well, if you will, that they could become stronger. So that's, I think, a real asset of what's going on here and everybody that's working here, because that doesn't happen a lot. And I've worked all over the country and all over Canada and in a lot of cities and a lot of groups. It's just, really strict, fierce competition with one another. It's cutthroat. It's not very nice. It's not a win-win. It becomes like a zero-sum game. If you win, I lose, that sort of thing. And I didn't find that here in Brownsville, which was really wonderful. And it's really, it's really something for the city and everybody who works here in arts and culture and museums to be very proud of. So we started the project with community engagement. That's how I start all of my work, because if you don't listen to what the community wants, then you don't really have a guide post for how to succeed. So we did some community engagement, and then the rest of my time was pretty much working with the individual stakeholder groups and continuing to sort of build that relationship and to build and deepen my work with all of them. So it wasn't a linear process. I worked with them as they were able and as their work was able to move forward. And it wasn't, it was a different process for each one of the groups as things were happening and occurring. So there was a point last January where the city issued an RFI for the new use of the former fine arts building. So I worked with the city on that whole process as well. There was an art commission visit just about a year. I don't know how long ago was it? It was the August of 25. So what, 6-7 months ago. We are now still working with the former BMFA art collection. So there are pieces around that. I participated, listened to the work of the downtown plan, read that plan to make sure that what I was recommending was aligned with that work. Found that process to be very interesting and very, very useful for the city. And I think most of my recommendations, in fact, pretty much all of them, fit very well with that downtown plan. I don't see areas where we are conflicting or recommending different things. And sort of all coming around to the possibility of a new history museum proposal. So that's sort of the goals and the process. In terms of the components, this is why it starts to look like a complicated line dance that keeps moving, because there's a lot of moving pieces in this process, and it was very complex. So with the city in the middle, the main stakeholder groups were the Clarissa Francis Foundation, and that's the group that is working with Sandy Stillman and the collection, new art collection that is here already and that they're developing into a new art museum. Obviously, the Brownsville Historical Association, and with their 7 museums and numerous sites and a whole sort of complex campus of properties and assets that they manage throughout the city. And then, of course, the Mitty Cultural District, which is well established in Brownsville, and the new Mitty Cultural Center. Of course, the art collection, as I mentioned. We also had throughout the whole process many artists and creatives, individual artists and creatives, who came to all the community gatherings. So they were included in the fold and in my recommendations for ways to help them as well. And then, of course, there are some important partners in this whole process. I think namely UTRGV with their very important projects, not only with the Majestic Theater, but also the Longoria School project, which is being developed into a visual arts complex for the college, but also for the city, for the community. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Of course, I talked about the zoo and the science center and then the MIDI Foundation and then the master plan. And then in terms of recommendations and best practices, I drew on the work of some of the organizations that are listed on the right-hand side at the bottom in the large box. The American Alliance of Museums, which is the primary national museum organization in the States. Of course, Texas Association of Museums, a very important resource for all the museums here in Texas. A group called Preservation Texas, which you may or may not know about. They work with the Texas Historical Commission and some of the other history and preservation groups, but they are an independent nonprofit, and they are doing very important preservation work throughout the state and are highly respected and have very good relationships with all of those state organizations. So I did bring in a couple of colleagues from Preservation Texas to be involved in that whole piece of, lend their expertise to that side of the process. And then, of course, the Texas Commission on the Arts, and as they got involved in the time frame and in the process. So just to sort of give you a sense of the community engagement, in November of 2024, we had a very thoughtful selection process to find representatives from 10 different sectors throughout the city. And when I say that, I mean business, seniors, youth, faith communities, arts and culture, business, so all to try to be representative far beyond the arts and culture sector. We had 90 people representing 10 sectors come to an afternoon workshop. Then that was followed by a group of 30 stakeholders the next morning. And then in January, some of you, I think, attended, there was another community engagement gathering hosted by the chamber. And again, there were at least 50, and that number each may be low. And so that was another gathering with a variety of folks, but an open call in terms of anyone could be invited, anybody could come. Whereas the one in November, we were really looking for representatives of constituents, people that understood the needs and the interests of the people that they were coming to represent in all those different sectors. And then throughout the rest of the process, it was a continual series of small group meetings. And I will call your attention as you go back to the report, the draft report, and look at it. In the very first section on pages 2, 3, there were a number of really interesting takeaways from the community engagement gatherings and a little bit more running onto page 5. So I'll just call your attention to go back and take a look at those. Because of our time, I didn't go into the details on that, but it is always interesting to see what comes out of very diverse groups like that in terms of what they would like to see in terms of the city's museums, arts and culture. Okay, so now we'll just sort of run through each of the stakeholder groups and a few highlights from those, the work with those particular groups. So I'm starting with the Clarissa Francis Foundation because that's where my project was supposed to start. The work on the San Fernando building on Market Square has taken much longer than when we started, we originally anticipated, and there are lots of reasons for that, including worker shortage and permitting and a number of other things that happened. So I went today to see where they were, and if you haven't had a chance to see what the building looks like, I encourage you to go and see what is happening in San Fernando because it is starting to transform. There's a significant difference from when I first saw it with piles of dirt all over the floor and bricks piled up and, you know, the sort of the dirty work of the process. It's starting to really start to come together. And I guess it's moving much more quickly now that we're in this phase. So you see just a couple of quick shots or photographs on this slide of a few renderings of what it might look like when it's finished. It's going to be a beautiful facility. It was also pretty clear in looking at that collection, and that collection is amazing in terms of its breadth and its depth and its scope and its quality in terms of art as a resource for the city. And just the mere size of that collection, well over 1,000 items. The San Fernando building is nowhere near going to be adequate for an exemplary museum operation, and that's what that collection deserves. So it became pretty clear early on that we need to be thinking about a complex of buildings. And that's not just I'm not just talking about public space. The normal formula for museums is 1/3 public, 1/3 storage, 1/3 behind the scenes. And behind the scenes is the workspace, the exhibit prep space, office space, all the sorts of, you know, the workings of making a museum as an organization run. So we have in San Fernando and probably some other space, the public space, but we haven't figured out the other behind the scenes spaces yet. So are looking at other buildings in the Market Square area and in that block itself, including the Market Square building. But of course, if you even start to look at that, not the event center, other parts of that building, but if you look at that is a building that is currently being operated by BHA, the Brownsville Historical Association, and they have a very long lease, and they are storing important archives and collections in there. And if they were willing to move out of that building to allow CFF and the Stillman to occupy more of that space, then they have some very important needs. So as I start to talk about one project and another project involvement, it almost becomes sort of dominoes, because in order for one group to give up to support the goals of one operation, then it's apparent that they have some very important needs that need to be addressed. And that's sort of how it worked with all of these groups throughout the year and a half. So that is not figured out yet. And you'll hear a little bit more about that when I talk about BHA and sort of where they are in the process. Where we are with Clarissa Francis Foundation is that they have a very small, wonderful working board, but they have been focused on the collection. And that's in part because of Sandy's direction and interest, and that's where his head is. He's still focused on collecting and getting the collection here. So they've been beginning to try to document that and to do actually some conservation of pieces, art conservation of pieces, that sort of thing. So my work with them now is to try to sort of shift their energy to go beyond the collection, to start thinking about a museum as an organization and how do you actually set up a museum. And one of the resources in the report that I spent quite a bit of time on is how do you do that? What do you need? What do you need in terms of staffing, all the different roles and types of people that are necessary to run an organization? In this case, there's also a very important relationship with UTRGV, and how do you set up that partnership? At one point, one end of the continuum is that you turn it over to the university and they come in and run it. Well, that means it would become then a university museum. And there's a whole series of implications for a decision like that on their part in terms of what they have to hire, what they, the resources they have to bring to it. So that isn't where they're leaning. They're leaning toward supporting the museum once they get their core staff in place and once they get open. Then UTRGV the Fine Arts will come in and be an important partner. And that means bringing in faculty to help to curate exhibits, and to eventually, as they are starting their museum studies and art leadership program, then interns, that's coursework, that sort of thing. But the Clarissa Francis Foundation has to get their own core in place and get the museum open and running before that kind of partnership can blossom. Okay, so that took some discussions to sort of, help everybody understand that. That, we're not just going to have a bunch of students running that museum, where, particularly where it's located, that there's a lot more to it in terms of actually, figuring out how to run a museum. And, in terms of staffing a museum takes the governance group. You need administrators, you need collections folks, you need programming folks, you need security, you need operations, you need the frontline staff. You need folks to run if they have a gift shop or a cafe, or, all of those amenities pieces. So it's a much more complex operation. And I mentioned that because throughout the report, I tried to put in sections that can be resources for the city and that could apply to any of the art or museum operations. And this particular one on the staffing and opening a museum is in this section, but it's applicable to any other museum or arts organization that would open in the city. The Alexandrian Reliquary is the name that Sandy is very fond of right now, which is fine, except that I don't think that will work for a museum name, because I can't imagine on your Brownsville map, you putting Alexandrian Reliquary on the map and people knowing what it is. It can be the name for the collection. We can figure, so and that hasn't been resolved yet. So we don't know if it's going to be the Stillman Art Museum or if it's going to be the Art Museum at Market Square. That hasn't been figured out yet. So that's one of those unanswered questions yet. But we've got to come up with something that is going to be recognizable for people, both for residents and visitors coming to understand what that is, what it's going to be. And so this is the first set of strategic planning. We've just begun this process, and this one is only one page and it's pretty simple. And if you look at the strategic goals for them, you can see that it's just a start. And so this is not the whole plan. This is the first step. Although it does take a lot of work to get a group to the idea of just articulating strategic goals. That's not a simple process, although it may be simple in it, and elegant in its, simplicity as presented. It does take a lot to sort of figure out what are those key priority areas that need to happen. So their goals are focused on securing a physical plant that supports an exemplary art museum. I'm reading these because no one else has them in front of them. Stewarding the collection according to established professional museum best practices. Building an organizational capacity to build an effective and sustainable operation, and then demonstrating community value through offering a wide array of exhibits and collaborative programs. So that's, at this point, just a foundation of future practice, and that's how far we've gotten at this point. In terms of Brownsville Historical Association, my gut feeling in terms of working with this group and with this operation is that they are doing an awful lot with very little. We just talked about you, Larry. We just finished talking about CFF. So perfect entrance. But it was all good. So the whole history operation in town, as I mentioned at the beginning, is critically important to Brownsville and for people to understand what Brownsville is and why Brownsville is distinctive and important. So they are running a lot of operations, which means that they are just naturally decentralized and spread out. It feels like sprawl to me in terms of how many different places that they are having to manage. And then when you add on the fact that these are mostly historic buildings, many of them owned by the city, that sort of layers on the complexity of operation, because historic buildings take a lot of care and feeding and energy and maintenance beyond a modern building. It's not the same at all as a modern building. That sort of adds to, you know, their challenges. They have art collections as well as history collections. And when you read the report and read that section of the report, we even explored the idea of maybe changing the name to Brownsville History in Art, because they have as many art collections as they have history collections. It's just an idea being thrown out there, but it's important to recognize the art as well as the traditional archives and historical documents and those kinds of collections. Come back to the sprawling campus for a minute. It's inefficient from an organizational standpoint, because if you have to operate all of these things, you have to either figure out a staggered schedule, or you're spreading your staff out. One person here, one person here, one person here, one person. So then if that's happening, how do you work with the staff as a team? How do you really call on their talents and their skills to handle any larger complex project? It's almost impossible, just because of what you are faced with in terms of trying to manage as an operation. So we started looking at some different ways to work with that. There's also the issue of staff working space. They don't even have offices all in one building, and working space for staff. So a lot of really basic needs that they've been doing a great job with what they have to work with, but there are some ways to look at this operation, step back and look at it, and hopefully strengthen it by some consolidation and some other ways of working with it. And as a visitor and as I think a pretty savvy museum person, because I've been going all of my life. My daughter the same way. When we first came here, we couldn't figure out the history piece at all. We just couldn't figure out where to go. There was a Heritage Museum and a Historical Brownsville Museum, and then there were all the sites, and I couldn't figure out how to see them and when to see them and when they were open and how to get the Brownsville story. So I think that is a challenge, because I think it should be pretty easy for people to come and in one place figure out the Brownsville story. Not that anything that they are doing at this point is poor quality, it's not. They've also gone through a couple of recent mergers that you may know about, with the Historical Brownsville Museum coming into the fold, and then the Costumes Museum coming into the fold. So when you have those kind of mergers from an organizational standpoint, that's challenging. It's challenging because you get a couple of former board members from each of them, and then you're trying to meld them into one cohesive board. And it's really hard for those folks to let go of their old, their old priorities, and everybody to adopt those priorities as part of the whole, if you see where I'm going with that. So there are some issues with that they're still dealing with, and it's only been a few years since those mergers happened, but they do set really important precedents for us in terms of collections, and collections going from one organization to another organization. And that's important when we talk about the BMFA collection. Okay, so we'll come back to that. So the hope for the Brownsville Historical Association is that we'll work toward finding one main campus where they can begin to sort of consolidate somewhere near the cultural district. We have looked at a whole variety of buildings, types of buildings, from big box stores to other buildings that were not being utilized in town, to explore the idea of, is there a way that they can figure out and move toward one main campus. And this has been brought to the forefront again just last December, when the city was approached by a former collector, a former BHA staff member from years ago, who has his own collection and wanted to propose now a new history museum, another new history museum. So we're trying to sort of figure out how to bring all of those things together, and see if we can find a solution. So their strategic plan is the two-page document. And they've already made some progress in moving toward this. So they are looking at three big goals: clarify organizational identity and strengthen the public dimension, build organizational capacity and strengthen their operational resilience, and then strengthen the stewardship of collections and buildings. With that, I mean, they've already started to strengthen their governance just in the past few months. They've added 7 new board members, increased the number of their seats. So bringing on new energy and new talents and skills to help them move toward realizing these. So they're starting to make some pretty good progress. And I won't go through the details of that because you have it now and you can look at it. And of course, these are drafts. These are all drafts, everything that we're looking at. This is just the first step in that process. But they are making some good progress toward that. And moving toward trying to figure out a sustainable operating plan. That's really tough. It's tough for any kind of cultural organization. And what that means for nonprofits is that you are not just looking at financial bottom line. That's only half the issue for a nonprofit. You have to look at mission bottom line as well. And so it is just inherently more complex than a for-profit business because you have to balance all those things. So what we are looking at are trying to figure out multiple streams of income, looking at maybe utilizing some of the sites and building a portfolio of earned income properties. So because you have a historic building doesn't mean it has to be a museum. There's lots of ways to tell the history, the preservation story with adaptive uses for some of those older buildings and important buildings. So we're looking at trying to figure out a way to build a portfolio of earned income that will help to shore up their operation, their meager budget, because their budget's pretty small. And if they're going to be sustainable with this kind of campus and the properties that they have and their responsibilities for collections and contemporary collecting, not just collecting the past. History happens today. We're making it right now. It's looking forward. So in order to be able to collect contemporary objects and history, you have to have the space, you have to have the facilities, you have to have the resources to be able to do that. And that's really tough if you have one person on the curatorial staff. So it's really hard to sort of be able to move in that kind of progress. Okay. Let's step back for a minute and talk about the BMFA closure and just some of the issues that are still happening. I spent quite a bit of time in the report trying to provide some resources to help the city and help the stakeholders to understand what it means what a museum is, what it means to hold a collection in public trust, what it means to properly close a museum. And there are a lot of professional standards and best practices on how you do this. You don't just say we're closed and okay, the board's going to turn into something else. There's rules about governance and how a museum, the board must dissolve itself. You need to report this to the Secretary of State. There are legal ramifications as well as financial ramifications. It's a very complex process, usually takes at least a year, even when you start the process correctly. And frankly, there were some mistakes made, I think. And some things now we need to go back and correct and do the right way so that does not come back on the city at some future date. Because you don't want that sort of stuff. There's a final 990. There's a bunch of stuff that you have to do this correct. And then the biggest issue is what happens to the collection. Whose collection is it? Once a collection is held by a museum, it becomes a collection held in public trust, which means it is owned by the people of Brownsville. So even though that collection was started by the Brownsville Art League many years before it became a museum, once it became part of a museum collection and that museum received public funding, which it did, in terms of building, in terms of, you know, other kinds of support, then it changes the whole scenario. So there's a whole series of things in this report about that collection and what to do with that collection. And the best practices say that that collection should be turned over to another bona fide museum with trained staff, people that know how to do the curatorial work and do the stewardship for that collection. So there's a lot of questions right now about that because it is still being stored in the MIDI, the former Art Museum building. We don't know because we just this January, a year after they closed, got what we think is an inventory. We don't have the intellectual property, which should have been turned over to the city when that museum closed. And when I say intellectual property, I don't mean just the records, the numbers and that sort of thing, but all the curatorial research, all the research that supported every single piece in terms of putting together exhibits. So there's usually a body of work that accompanies the physical artifacts. And so there's questions about whether things have walked since that museum closed in December of 24. There's just a lot of questions. And it's going to be a next step, and an important next step, because it needs to get out of that building because of construction, ongoing construction, and the demands of that. And those things don't mix very well. So and then there's a lot of questions about the future stewardship of that collection, where it should go and what should happen. There's a bullet here about a new regional art museum, and that was a proposal that Diane Garza brought to the community with the visit of the Texas Art Commission. From my read in talking to people all over the city, there's not a lot of support for a regional art museum in terms of what it will do for Brownsville, not necessarily the region. So I don't think that is the answer, and there is some text about that in the report. Particularly when you're opening up a new art museum very, very soon. Oops, wait, go back. Next one, okay. The MIDI Cultural District, just say a few things about that. MIDI's obviously, they have a long history of support, and the Cultural District is a gem in this community compared to many other cities in terms of all of the partner organizations that are there. We did go through a very thoughtful RFI process with the last spring, and there were 7 proposals that were submitted, and as those, and a set of criteria that were used to evaluate those, and that was presented to the commission in executive session. So most of the commissioners are familiar with that whole process. But the decision was very clear as we went through that process, that there was only one organization that had the resources and the commitment to pour into that building to turn it into a thriving arts and culture organization for the future, and that was the MIDI Cultural District. So that decision was made, and they were given a 40-year lease, and then they came with plans to do some major renovations and improvements on the building. And in the last 6 months or so, maybe 8 months, now 8 months, since they began to work with the building last June, we've realized that there are a lot of issues with the building itself. Now with the fire suppression system, with construction that they are mandated to do, and then issues with the art collection, and then also issues with the restaurant that is there now. So I'm watching our time, and we probably don't have a lot of time to go into the details on that, and I'm happy to talk with you after, but I'll just say in terms of the restaurant probably should have been closed when the museum was closed, because a restaurant in a museum is a visitor amenity. That's how it was designed. That's how it functioned when the museum was open. And that has dramatically changed in the last 8 months. I think there's a lot of issues, and the sooner that the restaurant is out of there, the sooner the committee can move forward with the mandated improvements and millions of dollars that they have committed to put into the building to turn it into the Midi Cultural Center. I want to be real clear to mention to you that the Midi Cultural Center is not a museum. It's not intended to be a museum. It's intended to be a cultural center. And if we take a particular quick look at the strategic plan that you have that we're starting to work on, it does not mean that the arts and culture activities, some of which happened in the museum before, will cease. There's a lot of things that the Midi Cultural District can do, but there's a lot more flexibility in functioning as a cultural center, particularly in the area of displaying and selling art. Museums don't sell art. They don't sell their collections. And that may be a fine line, but it's a really important distinction from the public's perception of what a museum is and what a culture or an art center can be. They are different entities with different strengths. And so that will be a lot clearer with them functioning not as an art museum, but as a cultural center. So if you can quickly look at their goals, the 3 strategic goals are to demonstrate their community value through offering a wide array of arts and cultural programming. And that as you can see, ranges from exhibitions to theater, dance, culinary arts, films, that sort of thing, the murals, to then collaborating and co-creating with their partner organizations, both those in the district, but also others, building on their signature events, Midi in Motion and the Dia de los Muertos, and a whole variety of other types of partner programs with the local colleges and with others. With the schools in general, right now, there's an art exhibit of high school and middle school art that's just fabulous in there. And that builds on a long relationship with BISD. And then the goal, of course, like all of the others, to build organizational capacity and strengthen their operational resilience. Again, helping them to move toward a sustainable operating model for that organization. So there's a whole series of activities that are listed as part of that plan. The other thing I need to mention on Midi Cultural District is that the Midi Foundation has been approved to bring in significant new money into the city, $84 million. That's outrageously amazing for a city this size and for one organization to be able to do. And that will bring in new support for the zoo, for the Children's Museum, for the history operations, for the Midi itself. So that will be amazing in terms of, you know, a bright future for Brownsville, and everybody should be very excited about that. The last thing I'll mention is the local artists and creatives, because they are always needy and always worthy of support. And it's a hard life as an artist, trying to be an individual artist. It's not easy. It never has been easy. And they are an important part of the community, so they deserve the city's support. And we've discussed through this process lots of different ways to try to help them. One of which is for the city to find them an art incubator building that they can feel comfortable being messy and making art. Now, that's not a beautiful new gallery, that sort of thing. It's a place where you can get messy and make art, because whether you're painting or doing sculpture or whatever, pottery, it's a messy process. And as an artist, you have to have the freedom to be able to have that in a space. That could be anything from a big box store that's empty to the depot building that is sitting empty in town. But a place that they can begin to call theirs, and they can begin to build community around, so that artists have a fighting chance. When I lived in Santa Fe, there's an art collective called Meow Wolf that are quite famous right now. They started at the gallery art gallery that I directed in Santa Fe. And they struggled for many, many, many years. And they struggled until George R.R. Martin of Game of Thrones fame stepped up and bought them a big building. A big open, I think it was a bowling alley. And then they were able to sort of use that as their art incubator and then start to gather support, and their operation just took off. It's the same sort of thing that could happen here in Brownsville, I think, to help our artists. The other thing that's really important in terms of the artists and creatives is the UT RGV Fine Arts, the Visual Arts Center I told you at the Longoria School. The reason that's important is because they have planned to have a new public art gallery and also a community art center. So a lot of the functions that were in the old BMFA operation will now be at Longoria, and they want to work with the local artists and creatives to be a part of that enterprise. So they may not all know that at this point, but it is very much a part of their plans, and it's an important piece to help them move forward. And then the last slide is just sort of where there's a lot to do on the to-do list going forward. So from BHA to the Cultural District to CFF, finishing San Fernando, finishing up the things that need to happen in terms of really closing BMFA correctly and finding the appropriate stewardship for the old BMFA collection, which is an important Brownsville collection, and then helping the artists and creatives to move forward. So on the BHA list is also the Neal House, which of course is a very important structure, and that being, I know that that's underway and happening and being moved to the Linear Park, to the helping the Midi Cultural District complete the improvements that they have promised, and paving the way to support them in doing that at the Midi, to helping CFF to finish San Fernando and figure out that the facilities they need, building their board and staff. They don't have any staff at this point. They've got a very small board, so that all needs to grow for them to be able to run an exemplary art museum, and then helping the artists and creatives. So that's a small fraction of what's in this report, but I hope it sort of gives you a sense of how this has been flowing, and that we've been working with all of these different groups, and they're all.
But it has a lot of good stuff, and I think my biggest takeaway from a lot of this is the modernization of a lot of our spaces. But for me, it's important that we preserve our identity, our culture, our history here, and doing so, but also progressing the city forward, right? And finding a way where somewhere in the middle. So thank you for your report. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm looking forward to finishing it.
Well, this is just a draft, really. It's just a draft. It's not for public distribution yet because it's not finished, but I would definitely love to have your feedback and input. And then the next step is, as Alan said, we started to create a final report that can go out to the community, that will have pretty pictures. It's going to be longer than this.
Right.
Because it's going to have pictures.
Right.
But hopefully it'll be a useful document to setting the next.
And to your point, I think the other takeaway for me was also realizing a lot of the gaps, a lot of the opportunities that we have in our existing buildings, and how do we activate those? How do we really fulfill their fullest potential? So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you.
Anybody else have comments or questions?
I do. I have a question on
Okay.
the Brownsville Historical Museum, the Brownsville Historical Museum, the one on 6th and Madison, between 6th and 7th Madison. Have we taken a look at the exterior of that building?
The staff from BHA has been in contact with us. We helped with some termite control last year. We're looking at we helped with HVAC. We are helping them look at other exterior issues. It is definitely a work in process and needs some help.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was just wondering, because I was just walking by there the other day, and from afar, it looks really nice. But then as you walk closer, there's like some of the exterior lighting. I think one completely fell off
Yes.
and one's kind of broken. And I just wanted to know, in this whole process and project, we're looking also at the actual infrastructure.
Yes, we are. And we have funds in our budget to do those types of repairs and projects as they come up. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's not the only building that.
No,
needs a
no,
little
I'm pretty
love.
sure. I was just asking because
Yes.
I love, I mean, I know this report is long and like Commissioner Martinez said, I mean, it is a lengthy report. I do plan on finishing as well. I just wanted to make sure we're still keeping an eye on
Oh, yeah.
the maintenance of these buildings that are so important to the city.
I congratulate the city for setting aside a lump sum in your budget just for the care and feeding of historic buildings. I don't think it's enough to sort of catch you up, but it's a great step forward. To have, yeah, I mean, you could probably use a lot more initially to sort
Sure.
of get ahead of that. And then use that kind of money that you have in your budget now going forward every year for historic buildings. Because you have 70 buildings, the city, I mean, that's a lot. And a lot of those are historic. It's a lot harder to take care of them than it is modern buildings.
Yep.
Right, but
Great, thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Or adjourn our work session. Thank you.
Thank you.
That adjourns the
Thank
special
you.
work session. We will start the regular meeting in 2 minutes at 5.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Sorry.
Yeah. We need one more. Okay. Good evening. Yes, good evening and welcome to the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Mayor Pro Tem, may we call the meeting to order?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, that the Texas Open Meetings notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting today on March 17, 2026. The time is 5:05 p.m. Here in the Commission chambers on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. We'll proceed with the roll call, starting with Mayor John Cowan Jr. He's attending virtually. We'll come back to you, Mayor. Next, Commissioner Tino Villarreal,
Present.
Commissioner Norenz Galonsky. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Brian Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias, Commissioner Gustavo De Leon, Commissioner Pedro Cardenas. The invocation will be led by Stephen Horde, and following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
First, I'd just like to say thank you for this incredible honor and privilege to pray for the city of Brownsville. And let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for your public servants that are here today, Lord, and we thank you for your presence. You said, your word says that we cannot escape from your presence, and we cannot escape from your spirit. So Lord, we know that you are here. And Lord, I just pray that your presence and your spirit would touch each one that is in the decision-making today, Lord. That you would give wisdom, knowledge, understanding, Lord, that all the things that need to be done and don't need to be done, Father, that you would put on their hearts. And Father, we ask for discernment to discern the correct things to do and the things that should not be done. Father, we just lift this up and we pray a blessing upon this place. Your presence is here, and we pray a blessing over the city of Brownsville, Lord, and all the plans that you have for this place. Father, plans to prosper us, not to cause us harm, to give us a future and to give us peace. We thank you, Lord, for what you're going to do. We pray this in the precious name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name, amen. Texas, one state under God.
And for the record, we have Commissioner Cardenas present. Next, we have the proclamation, starting with recognizing the Texas Coalition on Problem Gambling.
Thank you, Myra. Do we have any representatives here to receive this proclamation today? An honor to read a proclamation today, a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Texas Coalition on Problem Gambling. Whereas the National Council on Problem Gambling and the Texas Coalition on Problem Gambling has designated March 2026 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month. Whereas problem gambling is a public health issue affecting millions of Americans, of all ages, races, and ethnic backgrounds. Whereas problem gambling has become a significant societal and economic cost for individuals, families, businesses, and communities. Whereas problem gambling is treatable and treatment is effective in minimizing this harm to individuals, communities, and society as a whole. Whereas numerous individuals, professionals, and organizations have dedicated their efforts to the education of the public about problem gambling and the availability and effectiveness of the treatment. Whereas the National Council on Problem Gambling and the Texas Coalition on Problem Gambling invite all residents in Brownsville to participate in Problem Gambling Awareness Month. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by the virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby recognize Texas Coalition on Problem Gambling, done on this day, the 17th day of March, 2026, signed by the Mayor and City Commission.
The next proclamation we have is recognizing the Beard Posse Grant Order of the Brush.
Beard Posse, if you could come up here, please. How's it going? Good to see you. ¿Cómo están? Good to see you guys. How's it going? Good to see you. It's my honor to read this proclamation today. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing Beard Posse Grand Order of the Brush. Whereas the Grand Order of the Brush, commonly known as the Beard Posse, was established in 1938 in conjunction with the founding of Charro Days Fiesta to encourage community participation, celebration, and goodwill between the sister cities of Brownsville, Texas, and Matamoros, Tamaulipas. And whereas for more than 8 decades, the Beard Posse has served as a recognizable and beloved part of Charro Days through its humorous pageantry, traditional roundups, and public appearances that promote civic pride, cultural heritage, and cross-border friendship. And whereas the organization is composed of multiple generations of Brownsville residents who volunteer their time each year to preserve local traditions and foster enthusiasm and involvement in one of the city's most important historical celebrations. And whereas through fundraising efforts, including sponsorships, donations, and ceremonial fines, the Beard Posse has raised approximately $100,000 for the Brownsville Historical Association, directly supporting historical preservation, museum programs, and educational initiatives for this community. And whereas the continued dedication of the Grand Order of the Brush helps sustain the spirit of Charro Days and contributes to the cultural identity, tourism, and historical awareness of the city of Brownsville. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby recognize Beard Posse Grand Order of the Brush, done on this 17th day of March, 2026, signed Mayor and Commissioners. Congratulations. One more. Ready? One.
Yeah. Got it. Good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys, right? Guys, all you do. Thank you for all your work, hard work. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Very much for all you do. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Cowan, members of the City Commission, and fellow citizens of Brownsville, on behalf of the Grand Order of the Brush, better known as the Beard Posse, I want to sincerely thank the City of Brownsville for this proclamation and for recognizing a tradition that has been part of our community since 1938. The Beard Posse was founded alongside Charro Days to bring a little humor, pageantry, and community spirit to the celebration of the friendship between Brownsville and Matamoros. For nearly 9 decades, generations of local residents have proudly worn the beard, participated in the roundups, and helped keep that spirit alive. But beyond the fun, the posse is also rooted in service. In recent years, through donations, sponsorships, and our traditional fines, the Beard Posse has raised approximately $100,000 for the Brownsville Historical Association to help support preservation of our city's history and museums. We are honored to play a small role in protecting the heritage that makes Brownsville such a special place. Thank you again, Mayor and City Commissioners, for this recognition. Long live Charro Days, the traditions that bring our community together. Viva Charro Days and Viva Beard Posse. There you go. Let's go. Bye, guys.
The next proclamation is recognizing the National Nutrition Month and Cilantro Festival.
Come on over, Public Health.
Sir, how are you?
Hi. That's new people. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. It is. Wait, so when it's read, okay. It's my pleasure to present the proclamation of the City of Commission of Brownsville recognizing National Nutrition Month and Cilantro Festival. Whereas the City of Brownsville recognizes March as National Nutrition Month, an annual campaign established by the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics to promote informed food choices and the adoption of sound eating and physical activity habits. And whereas good nutrition is essential to the health, well-being, and vitality of individuals and families in our community, contributing to disease prevention, improved quality of life, and long-term wellness. And whereas increasing access to fresh fruits and vegetables, encouraging healthy eating habits, and providing education through community-based initiatives are vital to fostering a culture of health in Brownsville. And whereas the city proudly celebrates the launch of Brownsville's first ever Cilantro Festival, taking place during the Brownsville Farmers Market on Saturday, March 21st, 2026 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And whereas inspired by Si Se Puede, represents positivity, possibility, and saying yes to healthy choices. And whereas Lantro is defined as a person striving to become the best version of themselves while collaborating with others. And whereas this inaugural festival embodies collective impact by leading with positivity, bringing people together, and inspiring a fresh, vibrant perspective on eating green, celebrating wellness, and promoting healthy lifestyles for all residents. And whereas Cilantro is a community-centered celebration designed to showcase creative and engaging ways to enjoy green vegetables through live food demonstrations, family-friendly activities, and opportunities to connect around healthy living. And now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the Charter of said city, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as National Nutrition Month in our city and commend the organizers of the Cilantro Festival for their leadership in promoting nutrition, education, wellness, and community engagement. We encourage all residents to participate in the Cilantro Festival and throughout the month of March to embrace healthy choices that nourish our bodies, strengthen our families, and build a healthier Brownsville. Done on this, the 17th day of March, 2026.
Honorable Mayor Commissioners, I really wanted to acknowledge that this event, as it's a city event with our Parks Department and our library system coming together to celebrate. So it is a community-centered celebration as well of our culture. You know, one of the themes that I've heard is when people hear cilantro, it takes them back to their cuisine, to the culture. And we're trying to celebrate our life here on the border, but also we can celebrate healthy lifestyles and infuse our culture with what affectionately Commissioner Martinez this morning referred to as, you know, the tales of going with our grandparents to the market on a weekend and everything, you know, our flea market and those experiences. So the Cilantro Festival, while it's taken place during National Nutrition Month, is something that we feel we've been celebrating, but we're acknowledging the great potential that we have in Brownsville to continue this lifelong journey together through wellness. Thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Thank you, Doctor.
The next portion is the public comment period. I do want to make note that we did receive 6 that were pre-registered. 2 do not wish to speak. 1 did come after during the list was sent out. So all speakers did acknowledge that the public comments that are displayed have been confirmed. You know, so the speakers will be allowed to speak up to 3 minutes. They will state their name and their address for the record. There will be no moment of silence and as well as no conduct for the filibuster. So we'll start with the first speaker we have, which is Sergio Colorado. And the timer will start after you state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Sergio Colorado, address 2601 Wilson Road, Lot 73, and I am here to oppose the Port of Brownsville oil refinery. To the Rio Grande Valley, our leaders have betrayed us once again. They struck a deal with billionaires to exploit our resources for their own profit and greed, leaving Raleigh residents to face the consequences without even including us in the discussion. They do not take into account the long-term health, environmental, and water system repercussions this will have for decades to come. The University of Texas Medical Branch published a study analyzing data of millions of adults living near oil refineries. The study concluded that proximity to refineries was associated with significantly increased risk of cancer diagnosis. Now imagine what $300 billion worth of oil will do to the valley. Water shortages have plagued South Texas. In 2024, my grandfather was laid off from his job at the only sugar mill in Texas at the time. They closed their facilities as a result of inadequate and unreliable irrigation. Local farmers are being told to ration, and entire agricultural industries have collapsed due to the lack of water. So if our water system cannot sustain our agriculture, where will the water for $300 billion worth of oil come from? it will come at the expense of the people who live here. Water is a basic human necessity, which will be reduced from valley households to accommodate the corporate interests of billionaires. We are already seeing how refineries are plaguing Corpus Christi, causing the water crisis that they are facing today. Their reservoirs have fallen below 10% capacity, and officials expect a water emergency within months. Meanwhile, the refineries there are consuming far more water than the residential and commercial sectors combined. Additionally, studies have shown how neighborhoods near Refinery Row have higher rates of asthma, certain cancers, and birth defects due to the toxic air pollutants these refineries emit. We do not want this fate for the valley. To justify this, our leaders sell us talking points, or as my father would say, nos quieren dar atole con el dedo. They sugarcoat exploitation on the pretext of economic development and bringing thousands of jobs to the valley. In reality, this refinery is expected to bring around only 300 positions along with 1,500 temporary jobs during construction, far from the thousands they mentioned. The vast majority of these jobs will not even be available to the valley as they will outsource the construction to non-valley companies and externalize profits. The only economic development that will happen is to the wallets of those greedy billionaires and our sellout leaders. Our leaders are supposed to be public servants. However, they are acting as private servants to the corporate interests of billionaires. As the leaders of Brownsville, you are supposed to defend the residents from being taken advantage of. Instead, you celebrate this exploitation. This is my call to action to all of the Rio Grande Valley to organize and protest against this tyranny. Call your local elected officials and let them know we do not want this here. To the Brownsville Navigation District, whom I will be speaking to with tomorrow, you may own the Port of Brownsville, but you do not own the Rio Grande Valley. Our community is not yours to sell. Our environment is not yours to sell. Our water system is not yours to sell. Our health is not yours to sell. Our future is not yours to sell.
Thank you, sir. So the next speaker we have is Yolanda Spees, and for the record, we do have Commissioner Macias present. Yolanda Spees. The time will start after you state your name and your address for the record.
Yolanda Spees, 305 West Madison. Expectations. We all have them. We have expectations of people. People have expectations of us. We expect a father to support his family. We expect a male on a date to act right with our daughters and not disrespect them. We expect that when we are kept or put in a position of power, the expectation is that the person put in power is going to do their job. You need to ask yourself if you have fulfilled that expectation. Have you fulfilled that expectation, or has the photo op taken priority? See a lot of them. I walk around the city and a lot of construction, but no workers. We aren't seeing any progress, but money is still flowing out of the taxpayers' pockets, and we're still paying for a lot of things. I'm seeing a lot of demolition, but no cleanup, no workers, and no improvement. So I have to ask, who is this benefiting? I know you can't wait to get me off the mic, but I can't shower you with compliments. I won't shower you with compliments. I can't feed your ego. You've told me that it is inappropriate to bring our concerns to you. So why are you here? What is your job? People need to know what we are paying for. Where is our return on investment? One of you is a business that has a business in logistics. If you can't keep your city working efficiently and effectively, how do you stay in business? If you want me to go away, you have a lot to answer to. And don't shame me by telling me that by demanding answers, I am being inappropriate. You're being evasive, toxic, and shameful. Ustedes son los sinvergüenzas. We see you, and I hope your campaign for re-election is unsuccessful. We see you, and you aren't fooling anybody.
Villarreal. Please state your name and your address for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
1440 Palm Boulevard, Apartment 5. I'm woken by the buzzing of my alarm. As I reach to click the snooze button for the 5th time, I'm suddenly coughing, and I'm met with that familiar morning smell. I still can't get used to the notes of rotten egg and nail polish. It's like the air has a weight to it that doesn't feel right. I notice the birds first, or rather, I notice they aren't there. Now there's just a low hum from the port, constant, like a second heartbeat the city never asked for. I open the door, and there it is, another gleaming star on its way to Mars behind a copper-tinted horizon, thick like the sky put on a coat it can't take off. I yawn and immediately regret it. That metallic chemical taste sits at the back of my throat like it lives there now. Down the street, Doña Carmen's garden hasn't bloomed right in 2 years. Her tomatoes come in small and pale like they gave up halfway. Nobody talks about why. At the bus stop, 2 of my classmates have their inhalers out. That's normal now. I don't remember when it became normal. I haven't lived this morning yet, but I can already see the world that lives there. My name is Aiden, I'm 15 years old, and I'm here because someone has to say this is not the Brownsville we were promised. So let me tell you what they're not telling you. This refinery's fuel is not going into American gas tanks. It's going into India, locked in a 20-year contract with Zaliance Industries. This will not lower our gas prices. The $300 billion the president announced, that is not investment in Brownsville. That is a projected fuel sales over the 2 decades, fuel that leaves our ports and never comes back. The same developers have attempted this since 2015 through multiple bankruptcies and failed promises, and not one environmental review has begun, not one. They want to break ground next to our homes, our schools, our coasts, and nobody has been required to prove it is safe. Here's what is actually at stake. We are already in a drought, and nobody has answered the refineries where the refineries' water comes from. Refineries across Texas are documented sources of cancer-linked pollutants that settle into lungs quietly over years. One spill, one hurricane, one accident in the ship canal, and South Padre's beaches closed. The tourism, the shrimping, the fishing, real jobs, real families gone. There is a pattern in this country where industrial pollutants displace in Hispanic, Black, and low-income communities. Port Arthur, Cancer Alley, here. Ask yourself, will this refinery exist without environmental review if it were proposed in a wealthy neighborhood? We deserve the same protection as everyone else gets. Our ask, no groundbreaking into an independent environmental review is completed in English and Spanish, a health impact study paid for by the developers, full transparency on the water plan. These are not radical requests, they are the bare minimum. Do not let us become someone else's sacrifice zone. I will be outside of the building providing informational distribution flyers outside of the building. Thank you.
The next speaker is Diablo Velez. You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Diablo Velez, 1254. I'm going to speak about Pastor Burke. Pastor
Sir, can you
Burke,
say your address again for the record?
1254. Can you start the time again, please?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
1254 Tyler Street.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak about Pastor Burke. Pastor Burke is asking to have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was assassinated while debating in front of a divided crowd. And he is accused of being responsible for these divisions. Charlie Kirk argued on America mainstream subjects and ideas such as race, gender, education, sexuality, constitutional rights that divides people. Jesus Christ came to the earth, and according to the Bible record, he says, I came to divide. I came to confront parents against sons and sons against parents. Pastor Burke is contrary, or rather, Charlie Kirk is contrary to women reproductive rights. He's opposing education and universities. He's opposing transgender. He's opposing Black people, Spanish people. Pastor Burke is asking to have this moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And he was entrusted to come here and to bless this commissioner chamber. Instead, he is praying for other things, for different ideas that oppose people. Jesus Christ asked his followers, give me a coin. Whose image is in that coin? Then Peter, they said, give Rome what belongs to Rome, and give God what is belongs to God. Pastor Burke theology is contrary to American traditional Christian values. He have a political agenda, not a spiritual agenda. I wanted to recommend that the commission ask Pastor Burke to submit his comments. He cannot continue leading the public to have moments of silence for people that do not conform with the American traditional Christian values. He is perhaps un buen amigo for some, but enough is enough.
That concludes the public comment period. We will proceed with the presentation on the 2026 Strategic Visioning Report.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commission, we have Ronald Cox here tonight. He led the strategic visioning retreat in January, and he's here tonight to present his report. The report is on the consent agenda for your acceptance tonight.
Hey, Ron, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council Commissioners. It's a great opportunity to be here. I appreciate being called back to be able to visit with Alan Gard a little bit this afternoon and Marina and bring this report to you. I understand you've seen the written copy of the report. You've had that in your packet. You probably have some other information as well, but I wanted to take a few minutes and Mr. Gard said 5 minutes, so I'll take as few of those 5 as I can. I hope I can fit it all in. It was a pleasure for me to work with you all in January on the strategic plan, and I appreciate all the work that you do at this level, at the council level, at the policy level, to think forward, to think about big projects, big ideas, and big plans, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. I also appreciate the work of the staff as they support your efforts. They follow through on these strategic plans, and Mr. Gard talked about with me some of the things that you're already doing and getting done through this process as a result of this process. So that's a tremendous indicator of the success. Take you back a little bit to the process that we used. I met with staff. You'll want to know virtually. I didn't come down here 5 times, but I met with staff virtually several times before we got together. I talked with each one of you individually to kind of get a feel for the project's priorities and things of concern and interest to you. In January, and then in mid-January, the 17th, we conducted our planning session together. Tonight marks the final report and the adoption of that later on your agenda. And following this, the executive team, the development team, the staff team will work together to begin the implementation process. And they've already begun that. You probably have seen the matrix that they've developed already to assign responsibilities and where this work will go. This is the agenda that we worked with that day. We had a full day. I will always remember Mayor Cowan's comment at the end of the day where he said, we spent 7 hours here and it felt like 2. And so I declared victory at that point. Anytime we can have that kind of robust conversation and the time go by in a great manner, I'm happy. You'll see that we talked about meeting protocols, some of the governance questions that you all had. We talked about and reviewed very quickly the strategic pillars, but we mostly focused on what I just mentioned: big projects, big ideas, and big plans. We started by a conversation about why you ran for office. Sometimes we jump into the fray and get behind the dais, and we never really understand why each of us are there. So we talked about that for a little while, what our attributes are and how we interact together, the opportunities we have for governance, good governance, and interaction together. We talked about what's good, what's happening that's good in this community. And there were some tremendous statements made, tremendous conversations made about where Brownsville is now, how you are working together to move this community forward. Never without someone disagreeing, never without maybe some controversy, but always thinking about what's good for this community and how are we moving forward. We also asked what needs improvement, and there were several comments about what does need to be improved, and we identified those here on this particular slide. And I know staff has taken those to heart and is moving in the direction of improving the processes and policies and procedures that you have in place to be better at customer service, to be better servants of this city. You talked about, as we mentioned, governance protocols, some charter review issues that you've referred to the Charter Commission, maintaining the heritage and culture. One of the things that we talked about, you talked about in the work session, was one of the things you talked about at the strategic planning session. Increasing, identifying and increasing budgets for your work as city commissioners, and improving the communication and transparency process, as well as some other things. And then you'll see these discussions that you also had. Each of these had directives associated with them. Some of them will come back and I think already have come back to council for your approval, but they will continually be implemented to better the governance process, better the communications and protocol process. These sub-bullets here should have been in red just like the others were, but somehow the font got confused, I think. It wasn't me, but it had to be the font. So we then moved to those big projects, big plans, and big ideas. Those things had been introduced far before I arrived. And so it was an opportunity for you to talk about them, for you to focus on those, and for you then to prioritize those. And so the priorities, I thought, were extremely telling, were very beneficial, and it gives you all the order of priority that once they're adopted, the staff then will begin to look at first things first and begin to focus on those things that receive the highest priority. You remember we used the dots. The dots had colors, and Marina is much better Excel than I am and was able to convert these votes to bar graphs that reflected the color of how you voted on each of these things. And the public safety complex was all red, all number one for you all to move forward with. Big projects, priority order. Big plans then were also looked at: capital improvements plan, housing master plan, comprehensive plan, the sports USL plan, and the comp plan, all voted on, prioritized. And so I'm so glad to see that. And that's one of the areas that Mr. Guard said, several of these areas are currently moving forward even before your adoption of the strategic. And then the big ideas. One of the things that to me is the most difficult for city commissions, city councils across the state to do is to think outside of the box that's presented to you in an agenda. To think outside that box and look at what big ideas you have for this community. And you have seen that list, and this list reflects that. And then you prioritize what you want to work on and what you want staff to work on your behalf with regard to these big ideas. I will admit today that I stole the idea of big broad projects, big plans, and big ideas, and actually used it last Saturday with another city. And it asked them to think outside the box, and I think it was a great technique to be able, particularly with the big ideas, to move beyond potholes and stray dogs as an example of those things that are fairly easy to address and see accomplished, and move to big ideas that take energy, take thought, take planning, and take priority. And so I was glad to see this, and I appreciate the work that all of you do, that all of you have done and did at the strategic planning session. So where does this go from here? Well, you'll receive regular updates from the staff on the status of these projects and priorities and plans. You'll see, you may see items on the agendas. You may see items in the budget, but you will see items in a formal report. And then mid-year in June of '26, you'll gather back up, see what the status is, see what adjustments need to be made, and have the opportunity for any new items that might have come up in that 6-month period. Process is good. The better the process, the better the outcomes. And you have a great process in place, and I appreciate the opportunity to have been a part of it. And I asked Alan if there'd be time for Q&A. I don't know where my 5 minutes is, but we'll just turn it over to you, and I'd be glad to answer or respond to anything you might have.
Thank you, Ron. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Just thank you, Ron, for the process.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Next, we'll continue with the city manager updates. I'll turn it over to Mr. Guard for the Youth Advisory Board updates.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioner, we had our Youth Advisory Board meeting for March, if you would, last Saturday, and we also had one in February. We were not able to have a presentation in February, and because it's spring break, I could not get Youth Advisory Board members to come here tonight, so I will present for them just so we can keep up. We had a super well-attended meeting at BARC. We have 15 members join us that day. They did a tour of the facility. They took a look at the mosquito lab, which was very impressive, and very grateful to the members of our public health department that gave presentations both in the animal shelter and in the mosquito lab. We had our 3rd annual One City Youth Scholarship Golf Tournament on January 31st. We had 4 of our members volunteer there. We had 30 teams and we netted almost $16,000 this year. So thank you for the community for that. Very well done. That's triple the money we made our first year, and we hope to continue to grow that. And I've got some great ideas from Commissioner Villarreal to accentuate that and add to our take next year. At the March meeting, they reviewed 9 One City scholarship applications. 2 were left pending to contact the applicants for more information. 2 were not approved. They did not fit the criteria, but they approved 5, totaling $5,885. And there's some particular I want to note. There were 2 young people that are attending a national chess tournament in Chicago. One of them is one of the top 5 chess players in the Valley. And he can't add any more points to his score because there's nobody left down here to play. So he can gain those points by going to Chicago. And if he's at over 1,600 points, if he gets to 1,900, he can qualify for a full scholarship at UTRGV on their chess team. So that's kind of life-changing for us to provide him money so he can make sure he can go to that tournament. The other item I want to point out is there were 2 students who are going to go to, they want to become doctors. One of them specifically wrote in their application about becoming a doctor and coming back to the Valley when they become a doctor. But they will be attending a medical conference for high school students in Greece. Again, a life-changing opportunity that I don't think they would have available without access to these funds. So I really appreciate the commission helping us set this up and support it, because I think this is exactly what you all envisioned when we set this up. They are working on their recycling projects. They amended the high school component, which is going to be the social media contest. They amended that to let it go until the end of this month. And then they decided to hold up on the K-8 art contest until next year. They just don't have time to do it. These are kids that are already super busy, and they let that one, they voted on it. They said, we're not going to do that one this year. Because they're going to get busy, they're going to do a youth event for the RGV Startup Week. And they have agreed to work with BCIC for May 2nd. And it's going to be an event for RGV Startup Week for high school kids for all day that Saturday. BCIC has agreed to help sponsor it with food and things. I need to set up a meeting with Commissioner Villarreal and the mayor. They want to talk to you about some of the logistics. They're going to have a pitch contest and use some of their scholarship money as prize money for entrepreneurial pitches. So they're really taking it on and really owning it. And I'm looking forward to that being a wonderful event. So a great group of kids, very active, very thoughtful again, and I think really making a difference in our community. And I'll take any questions you might have on that. Here's some photos where they were out at the animal shelter.
I don't, I just have comments. Thank you, Mr. Guard, for really taking this project under your wing, and the leadership that you provide to these young men and women, I think is phenomenal. They were also, I got to see a good portion of them at the Boards and Commission luncheon during Charro Days. And they were just, they're all see you as a big mentor in their life. And I think that that's, this project, was definitely something that when I ran for office was very, very important to me, as working with young people and giving them a platform for them to raise funds, make decisions, and see the need and the beauty. Also, there's needs from our community, but also getting them involved in how you've gotten them to see the different departments within the city, participate and be active within Brownsville. I know that several of those members have emailed me and told me that this is life-changing for them, because they never saw Brownsville the way that they've had a chance through the lenses of what they're seeing now. And they do want to go and study in some of the world's best universities, but Brownsville's become a destination city for them. And so this is exactly, I don't know how many other cities have a youth advisory board that's this active, that raises this kind of money, and that actually does leadership in action. But I'm proud that Brownsville is one of them. And I want to thank the commission, the mayor, and for believing in this project, and you for being a mentor to these young kids.
Appreciate it very much. Love spending my Saturdays with them. They're great kids. Thank you. Next item is recognition of March Procurement Month. I wanted to have our procurement department come on down and have their photo taken with their proclamation. Procurement is vitally important to our mission at the city in terms of being transparent, fair with our community, making sure we are spending our money wisely. The bid process and the RFP process ensures that we are spending our money according to state law, and that we are avoiding problems that happened before there were procurement processes in state law. So it's vitally important what they do. And to our community as well, our vendors know that they are being treated fairly in the process, and that they're not being taken advantage of, and that they get a fair shot at doing business with the city. So thank you for this recognition tonight.
Right over here, kind of three. Oh, okay. One, two.
Damien, if you'd like to say a couple of words, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. If you don't mind, I have just a few words. As we recognize Procurement Month, I just wanted to take a moment to highlight the role procurement plays in serving our community. A lot of what happens, a lot of what we do happens behind the scenes. But it's all about making sure public funds are used responsibly, transparently, in a way that truly delivers value to the residents. I also, and especially, I want to recognize my team. Their dedication, their integrity, and the pride they take in doing things the right way is what makes all of this possible, to be honest. Their work may not always be visible, but it supports every department and every service we provide, and I am extremely proud of them. Thank you.
Next, we have the consent agenda items, items 1 through 7. I do want to make note for the record on number 1, under the minutes, there is a scrivener's error on the first page. So if the motion can be to amend the item number 1 for the minutes and to approve items 1 through 7.
Thank you, Mayor. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes.
It passes. Thank you. Now we're entering into the public hearing portion, which is items 1 through 6. I do want to make note that Commissioner Galowski did submit a conflict of interest form, so she will be recused for items 1 and 2. So the first hearing is a public hearing in action. I'm on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026-002 to rezone from the residential single family to the residential suburban to allow a duplex development for lots 12 through 14, block 5 and lot 11, block 6, all being part of the Palmetto Grove subdivision, section 3, phase 1, here in Cameron County, located at South Dakota Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 1.
Thank you. My name is Sam Nunez. I'm one of the senior planners working out of the planning department. As mentioned, this is a rezoning request being made at this property that currently fronts South Dakota Avenue. The rezone request is to rezone this property from residential single-family R1 to a residential suburban R2 district in order to develop it for a duplex construction. We did post a notice for a public hearing, which is taking place today and also took place at our Planning and Zoning Commission this month. We put a physical sign out at the property as per state law. This is a buffer map at 200 feet. We did send a total of 9 mail-outs. 0 written oppositions were returned to the city staff in opposition to this rezone request. This is the zoning map showing the property, these 4 lots in question for the request. They are within an R1 district for single family. South of this property is a corridor commercial property. There's also a strip of R2. North of this property and west is outside of city limits, so therefore there is no zoning designation for those properties there. This is an overall map showing the property. There is South Dakota Avenue west of this, South Indiana east, south is Southmost Road. As we can see, most of the uses that surround this property are either undeveloped land or single-family residential uses. When we examined or reviewed this request for the rezoning, we found that it was consistent with our comprehensive plan and our future land use plan. We also discovered that this property was originally platted, these 4 lots were originally platted and were going to be dedicated for duplexes. However, when the platting process took place, it was outside of city limits. However, once it became annexed into the city of Brownsville, it was rezoned into R1 instead of coming in with the correct zoning for R2. So this is simply trying to rectify that to designate it to their correct R2 district. Staff is recommending approval of this rezone request from R1 to R2 district, and our P&Z board also recommended approval of the R1 to R2 district.
Thank you, Sam. I had a quick question.
Sir.
I saw the parcel. Can you go back to the map? That one. That one there. That one. The parcel is R1. I'm just curious. So they're rezoning that specific piece to R2?
Just those 4 lots, yes.
So like, let's just say if they build an extra road south of that, they would have to come back and rezone that if they want to build duplexes.
Yes, sir. If the portion immediately south of this were to be platted, which it's not at this time, they would need to rezone to R2, but right now it's just those 4 lots.
I understand. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item?
Move to close.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion passes.
The next public hearing item is item number 2. It is action, on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026-003S, to request a specific use permit in a traditional, neighborhood corridor, TNC, for the zoning district to allow an event center for Lot 4, Block 4, replat of lots 3 and 4, Block 4, at the Veterans International Trade Center, Phase 4 in Cameron County, Texas, located at 2500 East University Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, located in District 1.
Thank you. As mentioned, this is a specific use permit request to allow an event center at this property that fronts to East University Boulevard. Currently, the zoning designation is traditional neighborhood corridor district. As per state law, we posted a notice for these public hearings, both for city commission and to notify for the planning and zoning commission hearing. This is the buffer map. A total of 5 mailouts were sent to adjacent property owners. 0 written opposition was returned to city staff. This is the zoning map that we have showing the TNC designation for this property. There's also a traditional neighborhood mixed use district north and a light industrial district south of this property. This is an overall map showing 69E Interstate west of this property, as well as West University Boulevard. As we can see, most of what surrounds this location is either undeveloped land or other similar commercial uses compatible to the location here. This request was found consistent with the existing comprehensive plan and our future land use plan. Staff is recommending approval of this specific use permit to allow an event center to come in to the traditional neighborhood corridor district the property currently has. Our P&Z board has also recommended approval for this specific use permit to allow an event center. If this request is approved, we are mentioning that this event center will be subject to the following conditions, which are sound mitigation regulations, sound mitigation measures, and interior finish out materials, such as acoustic tiles or other approved sound dampening insulators shall be installed to maintain a noise level that or equal to 60 decibels when measured at the common property line shared by the noise emitting use and adjacent residential zoning districts.
Sam, I only have one question.
Yes,
Is there already another event center on this plaza?
Not to our knowledge. When we, at the time of review, we only looked at this specific use or the leasing space for that event center.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Is there any other questions or comments from the commission? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion passes.
Perfect. So Commissioner Galunski is coming back and notified staff. Go on to the second slide, which is a public hearing in action. I'm on the first reading. I'm on ordinance number 235-2026-006 to rezone from the residential single family to the residential suburban for an approximately 35.17 acres on the commercial corridor for an approximately 28.17 acres to allow a duplex in a commercial development respectively out of a 105.20 tract of land, more or less, out of the 477 acre tract of land out of the share 22, the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at Stagecoach Trail in Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A in District 3.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioners. This request is to rezone approximately 56 acres from residential single-family to residential suburban R2 and commercial corridor in order to allow for the development of a duplex and commercial uses as part of a multi-phase project. And if it's all right, I'd like to share the developer's proposal. Again, we're just hearing the rezoning item, but this is just for reference. The developer was kind enough to provide this for us. Right. So, as required by state law, staff posted a sign on the subject property, and notices were mailed out to 15 property owners within a 200-foot radius. We received zero opposition to the request. In terms of surrounding zoning, the property is zoned R1 in all directions. The only exception is to the north across the railroad tracks, which is a blend of heavy industrial and light industrial. However, those properties are vacant. The immediately surrounding properties are all vacant, with the exception to the south. There's a single-family subdivision. And again, you might see this on the proposal. This is part of a four-phase project. The area to the southwest, that square right there, is a single-family subdivision, and that'll be phase one of the project, right? Phase two includes approximately 35 acres on the southern portion of the site, which is proposed to be rezoned to R2. This is to allow for duplex development. The northern portion of the property, which is approximately 28 acres, is kind of like that triangular shape, is for commercial corridor zoning. And this could include a blend of uses. With this proposal, it's a blend of duplex uses and commercial uses. If you look on the rendering, there is notes about the proposed thoroughfare plan. There is a proposed a secondary arterial roadway along the railroad tracks that'll provide additional access to the development. The roadway is planned as a 4-lane facility with a 110-foot right-of-way, which will ultimately connect Stillman Road all the way to the west and Paredes Line Road to the east. Right now, there's no immediate plans for the road construction. The applicant is just taking that proactive approach to rezone the property, and then eventually, once that road gets constructed, continue development. But again, reminder, we are only presenting or hearing or voting on the rezoning request itself. The property is unsubdivided, so they will need to submit for a subdivision plat. And at that time, we can address any access or right-of-way or any easements, just like a typical subdivision, and would have to get approved through the city departments. The future land use plan designates the northern portion of the site as employment hub, and the southern portion is town corridor. The employment hub category supports a mix of uses and includes complementary residential types such as duplexes and triplexes. The town corridor designation to the south supports primarily residential development with integrated neighborhood serving commercial uses. So staff finds that this proposed rezoning is consistent with the future land use plan and compatible with the surrounding land uses. And then we also presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who approved the rezoning request per staff recommendations. So again, we are recommending approval of the rezoning requests from R2 and from single family to R2 and commercial corridor. And the developer is also available if you all have any questions.
Thank you. Does anybody from the commission have any questions or comments? Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
It passes. Moving on to the public hearing number 4. Is the public hearing and action, I'm on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026, dash 901, to rezone from the residential suburban R2 to the residential tradition R3 to allow for multifamily development for lots 1, 2, and 21 through 30th, block 1, lots 1 through 5, block 2, all out of the Rio Grande Estates subdivision, phase 1, in approximately 9.59 acres at a block 133, El Jardín subdivision, shares 19 and 27 at the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at JCS, the Industrial Park Drive in Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, located in District 2.
Yes, so again, this request is to rezone from R2 residential suburban to R3 residential transition for a multifamily development. The property is an extension of JCS Industrial Park Drive, or part of JCS Industrial Park Drive. As required by state law, we posted a physical sign on the property. We also notified 8 property owners within a 200-foot radius and received 0 written opposition to the request. The surrounding zoning, there's a small sliver that's zoned light industrial to the north, and then residential single family further up, and then R2 residential suburban in the immediate area, and then R3 to the south. That purple line that you see there is not a roadway, that's an easement, and it's zoned as light industrial. The property is located south of Morrison Road and north of Ruben Torres. And the future land use map shows it as transition central, which permits residential uses with a variety of lot sizes. Staff finds that this request is consistent with the existing comprehensive plan and future land use plan. Staff is recommending approval to rezone from residential suburban to residential transition. Again, we presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who voted in approval of staff's recommendation to rezone the property. And we're recommending approval as well.
Thank you. Did I see that right? There's one entrance in and out.
Yes, sir, from Industrial Drive. And this one is subdivided. It's just a matter of rezoning it to allow for more density.
Right. That's all logistical, right? In the front, 18-wheelers.
There are some 18-wheelers. I did a quick search on some of the businesses. They are industrial serving businesses, but they're more on the retail side. So there's like a pool supply company. At one time there was a bike shop. So, you know, again, yeah, industrial, but also more of kind of a retail use. So definitely like that light industrial use.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item?
Move to close.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing closed.
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion passes.
The next public hearing is item number 5, on action, on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2026-902, to rezone from the residential single-family R1 to the residential tradition R3 to allow a multifamily development for a 7.5-acre tract out of the Track 11, Share 12, the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located on Laredo Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A in District 4.
Yes, so again, the request is to rezone from residential single family to residential transition, R3, for a multifamily development. The property is adjacent to Laredo Road. As required by state law, staff posted a physical sign on the property and sent mailouts to 1 property owner within a 200-foot radius and got 0 written opposition to the request. The surrounding area is zoned residential single family R1 to the north, east, and west, and then R3 to the south. So this request is essentially a continuation of that R3 zoning to the north. The property is unsubdivided, so any access points, any additional roadways or easements will be addressed through the subdivision process. The request only pertains again to the rezoning request to R3. and we'll hash out any specific details on the subdivision as far as, lot sizes, entrances, exits, things like that, and roadway extensions. The future land use plan designates the area within the Transition West District, which is intended to be primarily residential with an average dwelling of 2 units per acre. The zoning request is consistent with our future land use plan. This is a more aerial image, mostly developed with kind of single-family homes, but more in like a dense manner. And so it kind of continues that tradition of detached homes in a more dense way. So we feel that it's appropriate to recommend approval because it is consistent with the surrounding land uses and the city's future land use map. And we presented this to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They also recommended approval based on our suggestions. So we maintain our recommendation for approval.
Any questions, Commissioner?
I have a question. Is it the same landowner?
I am not sure. Yes, it is.
It is. It seems like they're adding and they're just doing it in a way that they don't have to go to all the neighbors. Is that street large enough, Mr. Garcia, to hold the traffic? It's Laredo?
So the road that this project is fronting is primarily Laredo Road. It's a collector, it's 80-foot right of way. And then there's the street that connects Laredo Road into the development called Puerta del Sol. It's a 60-foot right of way. It will be extended as they plat or as they develop into the northern portion of the parcel.
Is that gonna be the only way in and out, do you think?
Eventually, there's already a right of way dedicated to the north. It's quite small, but right there where it says Branson Place, there's a gap that is dedicated for a future road connection that will exit out through Simmons Boulevard and into
Oh, okay, I see.
Morrison.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So you think it is enough?
What?
The amount of cars that are gonna come out of there is gonna be, our road will hold it.
If they haven't submitted a site plan, but from the early conversations that we had, it was gonna probably be anywhere between 300 and 350 units. So,
Commissioner, we can address any traffic concerns. When they submit a site plan, we'll review it and make sure that their roads are adequate for the amount of units that are being proposed.
Thank you. And is it gonna continue to grow? I mean, there's just a little sliver there left now. I guess like 15% of the property? Do you know why they didn't just do the whole thing?
yes, eventually they're gonna rezone the entire 50, because it's a 50-acre parcel, eventually they're gonna rezone the entire thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Not, this is a public hearing. If there's anybody here who wishes to speak on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
There's a motion to close.
Second.
There's a second.
We
Second.
have a second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Public hearing closed.
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion passes. Thank you.
Sorry, who made the second? I didn't hear. Okay,
Mr.
Commissioner,
Cardenas,
yeah. Okay,
Commissioner
thank you.
Cardenas.
The next public hearing is item number 6. It's a public hearing and action regarding the city towing a rotation list application by Ramiro Sanchez, All Valley Y Towing Number 1 LLC pursuant to Chapter 110-63 of the City of Brownsville's Code of Ordinance.
Mayor, City Commission, Mayor Pro Tem. This is an application by Ms. Griselda Sanchez doing business as All Valley Wide Number 1. This is for a Class 1 record permit in order to be placed on the city's record rotation list. The address for the business is 1202 South Arroyo Boulevard in Los Fresnos, Texas. This will be Mrs. Sanchez's second record company on the city record rotation list. Here's an aerial photo of the record lot, all Valley-wide number 1. Here's a photo of the all Valley-wide number 1 record. The police department has conducted an inspection of the record service and will issue a permit under City Ordinance Section 110-63 pursuant to commission approval. This is a public hearing.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions or comments?
You said this would be their second,
Correct. Yes, sir.
and how many do we have? 6 currently? Total?
Right here, if you'll take a look here, we have 20, they currently have 22, this will add 23.
So it's 6 owned or 1, 2.
I divided it by owner, and the block 7 at the bottom has the individual owners.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on this item? Please step forward. Then I'll entertain a motion.
Move to close.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, public hearing is closed.
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I do have discussion. How many, and I don't expect you to know the answer, just my random question of the day. How many of these record companies have their address not in the city limits of Brownsville?
I don't, all of them within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Brownsville. That is a requirement.
Correct.
And this is just right off Pretty's Line Road, I mean, technically city limits.
Sure.
But all of them meet extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Perfect. That was just curiosity.
No one's outside city.
That was a good question. I had that question too. Job.
So what does that mean? Because some of these I know are in Brownsville, right?
No, we were asking how many were outside of Brownsville, if any.
Oh, so this is the only one?
No, it's actually what he's mentioning.
They're all part
No,
of-
there, I think there are a couple more. I don't have it right.
But they're all within our ETJ. That's a requirement. They have to be within Brownsville city limits or ETJ.
Extraterritorial jurisdiction, which
So then
means
this lady who had Los Fresnos, is that, I mean, it's within the city limits of Los Fresnos or ETJ of Los Fresnos?
it's extraterritorial jurisdiction. We have a couple other record units on this list that are also in extraterritorial jurisdiction, ma'am.
Yeah.
And this is her second record.
Sure. I
She's
just think
she's
the
been on
question-
the record road,
Yeah,
All Valley Wide number 1, All Valley Wide's been approximately since 2015.
Yes. The question was because it says the address Los Fresnos, Texas, meaning there might be something that says, Olmito, Texas, but they're technically in our ETJ, or it might say, right? But they're still in our ETJ, that's the question?
That's correct. I mean,
It's not adopted territory that makes it city limits of Los Fresnos, Texas.
Correct.
Are we correct in assuming that? Perfect.
Yes,
That
sir.
was the question. Yeah.
Yes, sir, we're correct.
Thank you.
Very good. We had a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes.
Perfect. That concludes the public hearing portion. We will enter into the items for individual consideration. Number 1 is the consideration in action to authorize a contract with Dotson's House Moving LLC in the amount of $404,256 with 59 cents for moving the Neal House contract number 064-26-EPMO-CP with an estimated term of 6 to 8 weeks or until completion of work.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commission, our EPMO team will do the presentation tonight. We also have some folks here with some expertise that will also contribute toward tonight's presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Saray Madrigal, and I'm with the Enterprise Project Management Office, and we're gonna have Mr. Larry Love from the Brownsville Historical Association to speak on the deterioration of the Neil House first.
Okay, so you probably have to drag me out of here because you can't ask me to do much else that I like more than talk about an old building. And so especially this one. When you look at this building, you have to realize this poor orphan has been through a lot. It's been through 2 wars, 5 or 6 hurricanes, raids, and it's been moved twice already at least. And so it has had a hard life. But I learned a long time ago, when you look at the porch and you look at this and you look at it's easy to be freaked out by its condition. But these houses were built out of lumber that comes from the ancient forest, first cut, and they're full of tars and resins, and even they can look really bad, but there's really life left in this building. So I wanted to show you a couple of pictures because we found out a couple of interesting things about this building as we have gone on. This is a picture of the front of the building, and notice the door is boarded up. There's a medallion there to the right, and you can see that there is a vertical board going up and down. That vertical board is also, let's see if I can get it. Okay. On the left side, this is a picture that was taken before the building was in this rough shape. You can see the vertical board right next to the shutter. That covers up a change in the siding. And I have been crawling over this house, under this house, around this house, and I've even fallen through the floor. And so over that time, I've noticed a lot about this building that is unusual. This is one thing that has perplexed me since the beginning. What we think is that, and I found going through the records, that there is indeed some indication of what this was. This house probably started as a traditional house with a breezeway in the middle, often called a dog trot, facing the front. And you can see that by the placement of the windows and the doors and how this building is laid out. So this building started off in a very different way than what we're used to seeing now. It would have looked something like this, where you would have, and it makes absolute sense for our climate, because without air conditioning, without electricity, without fans, without heat, we don't worry about that too often. But in any case, it is a perfect place for the family to live outdoors and still be protected from the weather. You see that in several other old frame houses in Brownsville. This is where the building finally ended up in about 1850 on 14th Street at the other end of the block from the Stillman Museum. And you can see this was its later incarnation. By that time, the breezeway had been closed in, and it was a long linear house located right on the street. This building was considered so important that in 1977, the Library of Congress sent a team down here as part of a program called HABS, Historic American Building Survey. And that project came down to evaluate the building, and they did these pictures. If you want to get a feel for what this building is going to look like eventually on Linear Park, this is it. It's quite a handsome building when it gets fixed up. Age. Age is a very important thing when we come to this building, because there have been so many dates proposed and so much information out there. A lot of people just date it from 1850 because they think, well, if Brownsville was here, started in 1850, couldn't have been before that. But that is not really the case with this building. Neil ran a stage, and he ran a stage over to El Fronton, which is now Port Isabel. And there is evidence this building was here long before Brownsville was here, long before Fort Browns was here, on the commons of Matamoros. And probably because we see in the deed, in 1850 that the deed records that a building or pieces of the building had been moved onto that lot before the deed was executed. So we think that the building was indeed here before that. And then when Brownsville was established and people were scurrying around to move buildings here and there, it was moved onto the lot that it was later seen. And indicating in 1850, and then it stayed in that location for almost 100 years. I showed you the Habs pictures. This is one of them from 1877, the Library of Congress. The researchers described the Neal House architectural character as follows. This small frame residence built near the time of the late 1830s is probably the oldest house in the town of Brownsville. Well, if it was built in the 1830s, that's absolutely the case. And there seems to be more and more evidence that backs up the traditional family stories that go along with that. So I've had the pleasure of working on a number of historic wooden buildings because they're very different from our iconic border brick buildings that we love downtown. I've worked on the 1867 Commandant's House, Fort Brown, the 1850s Lucena House downtown, the 1850 Laureles Ranch House, S.W. Brooks House, and the Lyseca Hardware across from the Dancy Building. All of those buildings have materials in them that are very different from the Neal House. They are built from a newer tradition of building. The Neal House is something very different. And when we saw the indication that probably it had that breezeway, that is just another indication of it falls into a much older style. Stephen Fox, many of you know him. He is the Rice professor who is the guru for all of us that work with historic buildings. He had some very interesting comments that sort of help back up this idea that the building truly is the oldest and much older building than sometimes given credit for. And I'm quoting Stephen. The Neal House is exceptionally important. Until I went into the house, I did not appreciate the claim made of its antiquity, predating the founding of Brownsville by 12 years. The plan of this house, together with its wood construction, is like a Mississippi River Valley Spanish house. Side gabled roof, each room opening onto a veranda, even an irregular lapped siding attest to the house antiquity. In my opinion, the Neal House is a very, very valuable, historically and architecturally important building. Well, so what is all this about age and everything else and the evolution of a really neat house? It's for this reason. In Texas, it is extremely hard to get a wooden building to last this long. And I mean, think about it. They rot, they get eaten by termites, they get blown over by hurricanes, they get bulldozed, they get renewed, they get remodeled out of any resemblance of their previous history. They're usually the first to go. And so our wooden buildings are so important because they're so rare. And this is the most important of those because it is certainly earliest. Again, we love our brick buildings. We love the rock ranch houses to the west on the old ranches. But wooden buildings are very, very different. The Neal House is certainly the oldest frame house in Brownsville. It's probably the oldest frame house in South Texas. It has to rank as one of the oldest houses in the state of Texas because they just have not survived. And so this house is so important in the architectural legacy that we're looking at. Okay, so at my age, I finish a project, I'm worn out, I don't want to see it again, I'm tired of it. They're a nightmare to do a good historical restoration, it takes us forever. And I think, okay, this is the last one I'm going to do. And then and then like now I'm thinking, well, maybe one more. And so this is a house that is worth doing. And I am so proud that you all are backing this because it really is a worthwhile thing. And it's important for the architectural history of our area. So anyway, so thank you for letting me ramble on. And I'm looking forward to working with the folks that are going to move it, and they have the expertise to do so. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I have a question. What, and don't take it wrong, I have no idea if this could be done or not. Could you just take the wood and build another house with it?
Okay.
I mean, isn't it that bad already?
It is, that is a question that has come up a number of times. For example, you remember the little hardware store across from the Dancy Building, Lyseca Hardware? Okay, when I worked on restoring that, and I'd been trying to get it for 10 years and to work on it, it had rotted through its sills, fallen into the dirt. It was 16 inches below grade. And yes, a lot of people said, maybe it's easier to start over. When I did the house on Praise Line Road, the Krager House, the Neutra House, that's what everybody says. Look, just so much better to start over. But it's like an antique that has had harder days. It's important to try to save the original in as much context as you possibly can, because it's a hard thing to move this house. And now the way the streets are and so forth, I mean, it's going to take a lot of work to get it in one place. But it is the original. And the state, the federal park people, everybody, if you can save the original, it's more important than starting with a mimic, which is, sometimes we're almost tempted to go that direction, but it's not the same thing. It's so important to save the original.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Love, I got one question for you. Thank you for all your work that you do. The inside of the house, how salvageable is it?
It's kind of,
I asked you because, I'm sure you've been in there, so I would like to get like an imagination of what it looks like inside.
Habs actually recorded the inside, but doesn't quite look like that now. A lot of the original is still there. In particular, the elements that are so absolutely impossible to replace. The floorboards, I was talking about the difference in the materials in that. Like even the Laureles Ranch House was built from materials that were steam powered, but made with machinery. Very different. This house, the floorboards are a foot wide. They're ancient. The tongue and groove, the siding, all of that is there. And yes, it's going to take some efforts, but the most of it that can be saved, the better. The fireplaces, the bricks will all be numbered, taken care of, reassembled. And there is enough of this building left that it is a legitimate survivor of the 1830s.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Thank you. I had a question for staff. Could you just kind of walk me in through like a timeline of what we're expecting with this project? I know the item reads 68 weeks or until completion of work. Can you just?
Yes. So before we also continue, we do have Dodson House Movers who can also give you a timeline on what it's gonna look like on the moving of the house, and then we can take it from there. I think he's the expert, so he can talk more about it.
Got you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Okay, I'm just here. I know last meeting y'all had some questions, so I just wanted to come and, Dodson's one of the premier historical relocation experts in Texas. So we move these all over Texas. This is just, we first looked at this house in 2021. This is the fourth time that we've bid it. over the years. From when I first looked at it to now, it has deteriorated quite a bit. I feel like it's almost at that point where if you don't do something soon, you're going to lose it within the year. Picture from 2021, 2026. I believe I have another picture here. Did I turn it off? Nope, there it is. So you see this is the porch on the left-hand side in 2021. The porch was still intact on the bottom. It just had a bunch of leaves and debris on it. And then if you look on the 4 years, you can't even walk on the porch on the right-hand side or you'll fall through. It's not safe. And so that's in a 4-year time frame. This is on the left-hand side is in 2021. We looked at it, and then on the right-hand side is now where you can see it's starting to deteriorate down quite a bit. Another thing for talking about dismantling, the problem in South Texas is the heat. What it does to this lumber is it makes it really brittle. So if you go in and you try to salvage and take it apart, you'll start damaging all the exterior siding because it's so like kind of just brittle over the year from the sun damage. These are some other projects that we've done. This is a 600-ton, 550-ton limestone building that we moved in San Antonio across the street. It had no floor. The walls were 18-inch thick limestone. So kind of like I could move this courthouse. If y'all say, hey, we want to move this courthouse, we need this land, I can move anything. It takes time and money. That's it. This is another historical project we did. This building here was actually leaning 16 inches and about 16 feet. So it was actually this is in San Antonio at the Pearl. It was about to hit the ground and they were going to lose it, and they've turned it into the new Cara Cara restaurant. So these older buildings, they're reconstructed, and for many generations, people, once they fix them up, everybody can utilize them again. This is inside the building. So moving these buildings, it's not like moving a newer style home, or when this building was moved back in the day, the lumber was in really good shape. Since it's been deteriorated, it takes a lot more precise and care to handle in such a way so that it doesn't fall apart, because this building is needs some more work to it. This is another just showing you some of the work that we've done over the years. This is a 2-story that we've taken apart. So we specialize in these historical buildings all over Texas. One thing that we do like to do when we come into areas, so I'll bring my crew, my specialty crew, but anything that we can, like the foundation at the new site, we've got to go down about, I think it's 35 inches. So we use local contractors wherever we can. So we keep y'all's money local here. I don't bring in a bunch of people from San Antonio. My moving crew I do, but we've also partnered with Hugo Zuniga, which he's had a moving company here for a long time, but he doesn't have the expertise necessarily to move this. So we've partnered with him. He's going to help me on this, like overseeing it, and we're using a lot of the knowledge that he has down here for manpower to hire the people that we need to help us with, digging out stuff, doing some of this selective demo. We've got all the tools and stuff, so that's what we kind of come in here and do. So I'm pretty much here just if y'all had any other questions with the proposal.
Sir, may you state your name for the
So
record?
Gator Dotson.
Thank you, Gator. I had a question regarding the timeline. Approximately how long do you estimate this project to take?
Works in phases. So it's probably going to take it's going to take 6 to 8 weeks for everything. What we do is we're going to come down here. We're going to start with the exterior demo and kind of get to where we can see more stuff like that front porch. We're going to lose the front porch completely. I think it has some asbestos in it that they're getting remediated right now. Once that happens, in our price, we're demolishing the back half of the building. So we'll come in, we'll get all that out, get a clean site. We're putting up safety fences, bringing in toilets, all that kind of stuff. It's a hard question because it depends. Once we get into the building, I might be able to load it in 2 weeks, or it's probably by the time I start putting it, like I got to do a lot of bracing. I'm probably gonna spend 2 or 3 weeks just on bracing it. When we start lifting it, it's gonna take hopefully about a week. It might take 2 weeks. Once we actually get it lifted, at that point, we'll have the building secure. We put it on a strong, basically I-beam trailer that we build. We use special air ride dollies, so the building's not sitting there being jarred. They steer, and then we'll move it to the destination. But once we actually have it loaded, that's when it's the hard part is getting it up off the ground.
Right. Thank you, Gator.
All right.
I do have a question. When you bring it back down, do we as a city have to be ready for where you're gonna place it? I would imagine, right?
So that's in my price. So the engineer, they're putting 100 CMU over 100 CMU blocks and pads underneath this thing. There's 65 anchors going underneath it. The foundation that's underneath this, it's going to sustain a whole lot more weight than you can put inside the building. You know, because they're going to the new IBC codes. So there's over 100 foundation settings going underneath this building. So when I leave, the building will be sitting on the foundation, anchored to the ground. We're putting a nice perimeter fence around it with, trying to put y'all's logo on the, like the silt, so y'all can't see through it, but I'm gonna put y'all's logo on there so it looks nice and then the fencing's gonna be passed over along to y'all to maintain after that. I think I've paid like for 6 months or a year for the fencing. And then after that, y'all take it over. But when I leave, so we're taking the roof down to move it. So we're gonna stand the roof back up. It's gonna be completely dried in. So you don't have to worry about right now, the problem is that water's been penetrating it for, the last 4 years. That's what's doing all the damage.
Thank you.
This is a question for staff. So after they move the house, I'm still back on the timeline. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what to expect. I think the MOU dictated 2 years. They have 2 years to
2
complete
years
the
to,
restoration.
yes, full restoration.
And on the same document, the MOU, it also dictates BHA has up to 3 years to fundraise.
That is correct.
So
Yes.
there's some inconsistencies there that I think we need to align on the MOU. Do we have a total cost at this point of how much it would cost to restore the whole house?
Not yet, but we're working on getting some proposals or quotes, estimations on that.
I think there's a lot of information missing right now. Again, I know I had expressed before that I was not comfortable with the 400,000 plus to relocate the building, especially right now, since we still haven't engaged in any MOU. I think we should sign the MOU first to dictate responsibilities, dictate black and white, but also getting a total cost on it. I just can't get behind giving over $400,000 to move the home. It's gonna sit there at Linear Park, but then we're not gonna know how long is it gonna take for us to fundraise to get the money and what the total cost is at the end of the day.
Okay, so we are gonna be taking care, because there was some amendments on the MOU, Jen, I don't know, also you have it there. But we are to take care also of the restoration, but BH is gonna help us like also fundraise that funds. So the funds exist for the house. Is just the fact of, because we were not gonna originally take care of the reservation aspect, we don't have those numbers. So as soon as we were advised that we're gonna have to take care of that leading that effort, that's when we start like moving on those items.
Mayor Pro Tem, originally, when we talked about this about a year ago, the total cost we had at that time, I believe, was about $690,000 for moving and for partial restoration. At that time, we have those funds in our budget to do that part. In signing the MOU, that will bring in BHA to help us do additional fundraising to complete the restoration. My concern is if we do not begin this process with this approval, that the cost is going to increase. It increased from the last time. We've used up about $35,000 of our contingency in order to keep this within the original budget.
No,
So
I
any
understand the
additional
process.
delays will continue to add the cost, as well as unfortunately allow the building to continue to deteriorate.
Right.
We will negotiate those items with BHA. They have identified several fundraising opportunities, one which will require us to have a length of 40 years lease. The
39
requirement of the grant is a minimum of 39 years. And so in order to give BHA that opportunity, we believe it's prudent to allow the length to be at the
No,
40
I hear you,
years.
and I understand the process completely. It's just, even in the MOU, it dictates the city shall pay for. And then it says BHA will participate by fundraising. I don't want the city to be tied their hands and it comes back in $2.5 million. then we're still going to have to eat that cost at the end of the day. That's my concern.
And I understand
There's
that
no binding,
concern.
there's no document that will dictate that.
I
specifically.
understand that concern. That's the language that BHA will agree to. If the commission won't agree to that, then and again, I'm not my intention at all
I
to
understand.
put you in
This
this
is, again, my
position, but
opinion.
if we cannot come to some agreement and begin to move forward, the building will be gone very quickly, very soon. So I want to make that very clear that this is our opportunity. Been looking at it since 2001, and we saw what happened in those 4 years. So,
Yeah.
in 2022, 2021. So, this is our opportunity now to move forward. We have the budgeted funds. We're budgeting about $1 million a year for historical preservation because we know we have a lot of it,
Right.
and we know that it's worthwhile. So I'm confident in BHA's ability. They've shown they've been able to fundraise for other buildings and have done it. That's the language they're willing to agree to at this point. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, sir. I understand. And just to express with my colleagues, I can't approve an item today not knowing what it's going to cost and not having it in writing. So for me, I'm not going to support the item. Just putting it up.
I want to point out, so since 2021, just the moving part alone's probably gone up over 100,000 because the building is deteriorating so fast. I've got over 500 pictures on my phone, like I could show y'all, I could send y'all something, but I feel like if y'all don't do something within 6 months, this building's gonna be gone. So I feel like what's happening now is that the building's gonna be able to be moved, it's gonna be dried in, it's gonna quit deteriorating like it has been. So even on the reconstruction of fixing it, I feel like not by doing something 4 years ago, you'll probably spend another couple $100,000 because we could have saved the porch before, but now we can't. So as it goes on and they keep changing codes and everything else, the price just keeps going up and up.
I hear you, Gator. Were you aware that there was also previous partners part of this and they walked away after it never came to fruition? So we've missed a lot of opportunities. And we're now at a point where this price cost is going up. And I'm all about preservation, don't get me wrong, but I just can't approve something today, again, without knowing the total cost and without it being in a document.
Well, I'm going to suggest we call for a vote then, like you've exercised
no,
your.
absolutely.
Yeah. I'll move to approve because since 2019, it's something that we've been talked about, and I thought we had voted to move it in favor, and yet for one reason or another, it gets delayed, and it's gotten a lot more expensive since 2019. So.
Second.
Can we request a roll call, please?
Yeah. We'll start from this side. Commissioner Macias,
Yes.
Commissioner Villarreal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Nay.
Commissioner Galansky,
In favor of it.
Commissioner De Leon, Commissioner Cardenas.
Nay.
Nay. And Mayor Cowan.
Aye.
Very good. Motion passes.
Cardenas
Thank
say
you.
nay, Mayor Pro Tem, so passes 5-2.
Yes, ma'am.
And Larry, I hope you see this through. That's my goal.
The next item is item number 2. Is the consideration and action on resolution number 2026-055 to adopt the City of Brownsville's Park and Health Recreation Master Plan.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Commission, our guest, and our city leadership. Today, we're coming before you to finalize our Parks, Health, and Recreation Master Plan. As you know, we went out to the community. We had over 1,000, close to 1,500 engagements in person and received surveys. We also had over 5,000 online digital engagement. So we really believe that this plan is for the people by their input. And so tonight, our partners at Stantec are going to give you an overview again. And also, we're prepared as far as our department, once approved, to put it online so that transparency and availability of the plan will be as of probably tomorrow morning. We're going to try and do it tonight once you vote, if we get the honor to have it approved. Please keep in mind that a lot of the strategies in there and desires of the community, we have already started moving towards and executing, but this is going to give us a clear picture of how to do that as we move forward for the next 10 years, but also where we're going to look and search out to strategically go after funding beyond the tax dollar and what we can use to leverage that. In addition to that, it will help right-size the department with efforts and resources, and it will also give not only you, the leadership that continuously support the department, thank you very much, but also the citizens, a clear picture of what the department's supposed to look like, how it's supposed to function, and what they have asked for and how we're supposed to deliver it. So with that, I'll introduce Bradley and Haley from Stantec. And if there's any questions afterwards, I am available as well. And thank you again. We truly appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Sean. Welcome back, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioners. I'm Brad Cowan, Project Manager and Urban Planner for the Brownsville Parks Health and Recreation Master Plan. We're here today to summarize the plan and request for adoption as a guiding document. With me today is Haley Yell, one of the lead planners and designers on this document. She will walk you through why the plan matters and what we heard from the community. Haley?
Okay, so Sean touched in pretty good detail about the purpose of this master plan. We were here in mid-February to present the final draft, and now we are here to present for adoption. So as Sean mentioned, this plan identifies community needs, it evaluates the current system, and then it takes all of that data and provides guidance on funding, policy, and development decisions. So Sean touched on this, but the engagement was extensive. It occurred in 2 phases. Initially, we had a phase that was kind of a listening session for the community. We wanted to hear what was important to them. And then once we took that data back, we analyzed it. That helped us develop our recommendations. So they truly are community oriented and inspired by what the community needs. Our second round of engagement helped us identify the priorities for those recommendations. So, you know, if we were out in the community at a public meeting and we had our recommendations laid out, community members would come and vote on which ones were most important to them. We aggregated all of that data, and that is what shaped our priority recommendations, which I will cover in just a minute. So where we started was analyzing the overall parks and recreation system. The system is extensive with 46 parks and 47 miles of trails, but what we recognized is that very little parkland has been added since 2015. The city has added a couple of properties, specifically La Posada and Robin Hood Park since 2015, but that's 2 parks added in 10 years, and your population continues to grow, which has created a deficit. To also analyze the overall system, we looked at 5 different lenses. So the standards-based kind of looks at those quantitative metrics. The demand-based looks at the community engagement data that we received. We also consider access, so not only physical accessibility in terms of inclusion, ADA standards, and things like that, but how easy is it for your residents to get to a nearby park? We look at equity, which includes health factors, environmental factors, and socioeconomic factors. And then we analyzed additional resources that could be especially beneficial to the parks and recreation system so that the city is leveraging everything available. These assessments came to 4 key findings. Brownsville needs more parks, recreation programs, and facilities. Accessibility improvements are essential to address the goals of this plan. Additional staff and budget is needed to support the Parks and Recreation Department, and there are so many underutilized resources that are just waiting to be leveraged. Then we move into our recommendation framework. So we start very high level of the guiding principles. The community helped us define these guiding principles. They helped us set the vision based on some of the engagement activities that we facilitated. Below those guiding principles, you have the objectives. This helps organize the focus from a big idea in the clouds to something more tangible that we can work towards. Then the strategies are those specific approaches that you take to execute the objectives. Recommendations get even more specific, responding to the strategies. And then action items are very, very detailed recommendations that tell you we get in the weeds of how to get this accomplished, whether it be pursuing specific partnerships or referencing the analyses in the plan. One more thing that I want to touch on is we identified crossover strategies in this plan. So those strategies are going to be the ones that touch on multiple objectives and multiple guiding principles. So with those strategies, you can kill two birds with one stone, for a lack of better words. Like, these strategies are going to be the most efficient use of your resources because they're accomplishing multiple objectives at once. And then the priority strategies are also identified, and those are specifically desired by the community. So those recommendations at a glance, our first guiding principle is healthy people, active lives. So we're going to see recommendations that support active recreation, social connection, mental wellness, wellness literacy, and engaging park spaces that encourage community activation. Guiding principle number 2 is connected by community. So not only physical connections of linking destinations and mobility, inclusivity, but also unified spaces and safe parks and public spaces. The third guiding principle is rooted in nature. So this is anything from biodiversity to the Resaca network, stewardship among the community, and resilience, environmental resilience within the community. Guiding principle number 4 is one city growing together. So this is about shared prosperity. So resource alignment, partnerships, quality of life for the residents that are just beyond physical park improvements, and then positioning Brownsville as a destination. And then finally, we have excellence in action. So this is the logistical side regarding information systems, innovation, visibility, and community empowerment. So probably the most beneficial part of this plan for the Parks and Rec Department and for you as city commissioners and the mayor is going to be the implementation matrix. This is in the appendix. It's where we turn that strategy into action. The implementation matrix translates all of the big ideas that we have into tangible decision-making tools. So the implementation matrix answers all the questions that you need to know for when do we start a project? How much money is it going to take? Who do we need to partner with? How do we track if we were successful with this recommendation? What goals does this help us advance? And when can we start it? Can we start it now? We've identified some easy wins. So those are going to be either you can start them very quickly. They require very minimal resources. So those easy wins in the plan are going to be things that can start tomorrow after adoption. And with this, we have a plan ready for action. This plan was designed to be as helpful as you need it to be. It's really up to the city to take this and run with it. It's a working tool that continues to guide decisions, but it's meant to also be adaptable because conditions in 5 years from now are not going to be the same as they are today. So it's really built on what the community needs, what the city government needs, and it helps to actually implement, because we have additional tools such as a design manual that will help standardize parks and recreation design. We have a funding matrix that outlines different grants for the city to pursue. It outlines who provides the grants, what is required, and when the funding cycles are. We also have like a park evaluation tool to help standardize the evaluation process. So this really is meant to kind of bridge that gap between these are our ideas we have and this is how we implement them, and it is meant to serve the community.
Thank you. And exactly what Haley said, a plan is only successful if it's implementable. And we think the work completed to date and the implementation package that's part of that makes this a very successful plan and ready for adoption. So Thank you, and on behalf of the design team, thank you very much for letting us be part of this. Happy to answer any questions at this time.
Definitely been a journey. I've seen you all in different environments and interacting. And for me, growing up, I always saw the city picking and choosing, and now to be part of the city and know that we have master plans in place, that we budget, we work towards those goals is really a game changer, and it's really going to propel for Brownsville to really move forward. So thank you for all your work in this master plan, and we're ready to put it into action.
It's been our pleasure.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Thank you very much, and we appreciate it tremendously.
Thank you, Sean. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye. Those against? Motion passes.
Motion passes. Action item number 3 is a consideration and act.
The report for the fiscal year 2025 and the audit that was performed by Carrings and Ingram. And we have their partner, Matthew Montemayor, here to walk us through that.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commission. My name is Matthew Montemayor. I'm a partner with Carrings and Ingram. And as Stephen mentioned, I'm here today to present an overview of the annual financial report. It is a fairly large report, so what I've done is I've composed a PowerPoint to cover some of the information included in the report. I will add that we did have a chance to go over this report in detail with your Audit and Oversight Committee. We discussed the report in detail, went into a little bit of information about the audit process. We also covered financial information. So this presentation will just be a little bit more high level for the City Commission. Executive summary. So our main objective is to audit your financial statements, and we audit the basic financial statements. This includes the primary government. The primary government includes your governmental activities and your business type activities. Governmental activities are those primarily funded by taxes and other charges, and business type activities are those that are funded by user charges. We also audit your discretely presented component units, and those are included listing of your discretely presented component units. One component unit that we do not audit is the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. They're audited by component auditors, and we make reference to their separately issued audit report. Another part of our audit objective is to audit your federal and state awards. This is an audit over compliance, and we audit for compliance requirements described in the OMB compliance supplement for the city's major federal and state programs. This year, we had 4 major federal programs and 1 state program that we audited for compliance. So the reports that we issued 3 reports. The first one is the independent auditor's report, and that can be found on page 21 of your bound copy. In that report, we do provide an opinion over your financial statements. That's the main objective of our audit. And the opinion that we have issued is an unmodified opinion. You could consider that to be a clean opinion. It's definitely one of the best opinions that you could receive as a result of the audit, something that you as a city commission would be anticipating and wanting to receive, and something that the taxpayers of the community would also be wanting the city to receive. In the independent auditor's report, there's also an emphasis of a matter paragraph. What this paragraph does is this draws users of the financial statements, it draws their attention to a specific item in the report. And this year there was a new accounting pronouncement that was required to be adopted. And also there was a prior period adjustment. So that emphasis of a matter draws readers of the financial statements to that item. The second report that we've issued, that's a long title, but we paraphrase that title as our Yellow Book report. Since you are considered a governmental entity, your audit is required to be performed in accordance with government auditing standards. And in that report, we describe the scope and results of internal controls over financial reporting, as well as any compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements, any non-compliance regarding those matters. So if we had any findings that we consider to be material weakness in internal control or significant deficiency in internal control, those would be included in this Yellow Book report. We did not identify any material weaknesses. However, we did report one significant deficiency, and that is on page 324 of the report. That basically was as a result of some unrecorded capital assets that needed to be recorded and required a prior period adjustment. That meant that prior period financial statements had to be adjusted. And we consider that to be a significant deficiency in internal control, not a material weakness, which would be the worst of the worst, but nonetheless a significant deficiency. We did visit with management and they did provide their corrective action plan, and we went through in detail that finding with management as well. The third and final report that we've issued is the independent auditor's report on compliance. We do provide an opinion similar to the opinion on the financial statement audit, but this covers compliance. And in that report, we did issue also an unmodified opinion, which is considered a clean opinion, meaning that you complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements for your major federal and state programs. Also in this report, it will describe the scope and results of testing internal controls over compliance. And if we did have any findings, those would also be included here. We did not identify any findings that we consider to be material weaknesses, nor did we report any significant deficiencies. Next, I'm going to jump into some financial highlights, but before I get into the financial highlights, is there any questions from any members of the commission? Okay, perfect. So this is a graph here, and you'll see that this is the city's total assets, deferred outflows of resources, liabilities, and deferred inflows of resources, and the difference between the two being net position, and this is your primary government. This is all the funds of the city. And you'll see for 2025, that is not a typo. That's over $1 billion in total assets and deferred outflows of resources. That increase from the previous year, $890 million, about $176 million increase in total assets. Liabilities also increased. There were $604 million at the end of 2025. That balance was $453 million in the previous year, about $151 million increase in total liabilities. And then your net position, $462 million. That increase from the previous year is $437. So this slide will kind of cover some of the reasons for that increase in total assets and liabilities, as I just mentioned. So over time, as an indicator of overall financial health, that's what it could be, what net position would entail. And you'll see that total assets and deferred outflows, as I mentioned, increased $176 million. Some of the main reasons for the increase there is you had $154 million in increase in current assets. Now, if you recall, in 2025, you did issue 2 certificates of obligation. Those one issuance was $55 million, and the other issuance was $142 million. So those bond funds, as you issue those bond funds, the city receives bond proceeds, and that results in an increase in assets. You also have an increase of capital assets of about $57 million, and that's net of accumulated depreciation. And deferred outflows of resources related to pension and OPEB also increased $36 million. That last bullet point there kind of describes the significant infrastructure and capital assets projects. You did have the Los Tomates Regional Detention Pond project that happened in 2025. Your downtown water and wastewater improvements was another significant project. Gladys Porter Zoo water and wastewater project, and the new Cummings Middle School building that the city purchased in 2025 was also a significant addition to capital assets. So liabilities and deferred inflows of resources, these decrease, or these actually increase, that's a typo there, but these increase $151 million. And as expected, when you issue new bonds or you pay down existing bonds, that will fluctuate total liabilities. And the city did issue the 2025 and 2025A certificates of obligation during the current fiscal year, and those had associated bond premiums of $12.3 million. All of those issuances were offset by current year payments on your existing bonds of about $20.2 million of payments on your existing bonds. Unearned revenue decreased $16.3 million. Now, these are advanced ARPA funds that the city received, I believe, back in 2021, and you hadn't expended those funds yet, and as you expend those funds, you recognize revenue, and unearned revenue would decrease. And so during the year, you did expend those funds for some of the projects related to Los Tomates, also the Gladys Porter Zoo and the water wastewater project. Deferred inflows related to pensions, those decreased $22 million. Those are all driven by actuarial assumptions, and this is related to projected and actual investment earnings. These come from the actuaries that are involved with the city's participation in the Texas Municipal Retirement System, TMRS. Increase in lease and SPEDA liabilities, that was $7.8 million. Those were required to be recorded. This was a previous accounting standard, GASB 87 and GASB 96, having to do with leases and subscription-based IT arrangements. You're a city if you enter into a lease arrangement that requires payments of a right to use an asset. You're required to recognize a lease liability, and those have been recorded, and those increased over the previous year, 7.8 million. And then roughly other current liabilities was $7.6 million increase. You did have some significant projects going on in your airport and public transit, landfill projects as well. And so those have various applications for payment that are reflected in current liabilities. Next, we'll take a look at revenue, and this is also revenue of the primary government. These two bar graphs here will separate governmental activities and business type activities. And you'll see for 2025, the city's total governmental activity revenue was $207 million. In 2024, that was $194 million, about a $12.8 million in revenues in governmental activities. Business type activities, that was $51.6 million and $42.5 million in 2024. That was an increase of about $9 million in business type activity revenue. So again, let's just look at a little bit of the reasons for the increase in governmental activities. Charges for services increased $6.7 million, primarily related to EMS fees and other public safety charges for services. You also had an increase in property tax revenue. Now, the city did not increase your property tax rate. Your rate actually decreased. It was 0.607 per $100 of assessed valuation, and that decreased to 0.603 per $100 assessed valuation. However, as values increase, your tax rate is applied against those values, and you have additional tax revenue. One thing that I always like to point out is sales tax. How does sales tax look? And sales tax increased to $1.4 million, about a 3% increase. I looked at the 10-year history of how sales tax revenue has done for the city, and you're averaging about a 5% increase each year. So overall, you've been able to grow and increase sales tax revenue. Business type activities, that was a $9 million increase in total revenue. Some of the primary reasons for that was an increase in charges for services of $1.8 million related to public transit fees and airport charges for services. I believe there was a slight rate change in bus fares, and that was one of the reasons that it increased or contributed to the increase in revenues. You also had an increase in capital grants of $6.3 million. There was a new FAA funding received for airport infrastructure improvements. I believe that's related to runway project and runway infrastructure. And you received those grant funds and you recognize that as grant revenue. And that was a big increase from the previous year. Then operating grants of $1.2 million increased. And that's mainly related to public transit operating grants. These next couple of slides are going to touch on the general fund and fund level information. So I like to look at the general fund, and because that's where the city operates. You budget at the fund level. You budget for things like property taxes, sales tax revenue, in your general fund. And you'll see for 2025, unassigned fund balance is $39.6 million. That was up from the previous year's 36.7. Also, other restricted, committed, assigned, and non-spendable fund balance was $7.8 million. That's either restricted because of external imposed legislations or committed for other purposes or signed as well. But you can see from 2016 to 2025, your fund balance has grown. 2016 to $21 million in unassigned fund balance. That has grown all the way to $39 million in 2025. So specifically for 2025, your fund balance increased 1.7 million or 3.83%. Now, one measure of how well your fund balance is how many days of operations do we have in unassigned fund balance. And the current calculation is about 96 days of expenditures and transfers out in unassigned fund balance. Your minimum fund balance policy is set at 90 days. So you're above that, and about 96 days, you're above that policy. Some of the main reasons for increases in fund balance is while overall expenditures did exceed revenues, those were offset by other financing sources of $8 million. Those are transfers in from other funds. Also, the increase in sales taxes and property tax revenue contributed to the increase in fund balance. And fees and service revenue also increased $3.3 million. The increase in revenues is offset by increase in total expenditures. Your expenditures also increased $9.1 million. and that was mainly due to an increase in salaries and public safety expenditures. There's a couple more slides here. This is going to be the single audit highlights. This is your schedule of expenditures of federal and state awards. As you receive grants and you expend those grants, there's strings attached. You have to comply with certain compliance requirements. And you could ignore the bottom chart there because that is last year's info. This somehow didn't get updated in this slide. But the amount of total federal awards is correct. You did have $41 million of expenditures of federal grant funds, and state grant funds expended were $2.7 million. However, the major programs that we audited were the Federal Transit Cluster. That's assistance listing number 20.507 and 20.526. And that's mainly used for operations of your public transit system. We also had a major program, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and the city used that for the West Drainage Improvement Project to fund that project. The third major program we audited was the Shelter and Service Program, and that was for providing shelter and supplies for migrants in the city limits. And the last program we audited was the CDBG Grant Fund, and that's mainly used for city and park improvements throughout the city. The state program is correct. We audited the Texas Auto Burglary and Theft Prevention Authority program, and that's mainly to fund personnel salaries of police personnel. Lastly, required communications. We're required to communicate these matters with those charged with governance, which be considered yourself as a city commission. If we had any significant difficulties or disagreements with management, we would be required to communicate those. This says yes on significant difficulties, but that's another error. I noticed that when I was going through these slides right before this meeting. We did not have any significant difficulties. That is in a separate packet. If you have a separate packet of required communication, that will say no. We did not have any disagreements with management as well. Your financial statements contain various estimates, and we're required to evaluate those estimates and determine they're reasonable in relation to the financial statements. Those are listed here. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. Those are posted and reflected. We did not have any audit adjustments throughout the audit. Those, any adjustments that were made during the audit were provided by management as part of their closing process. We anticipate those to happen when we're doing the audit. However, we did not come across any differences where we had to make audit adjustments. Written representations from management, that just says that they provided us with all the information we needed to conduct the audit, and that they accept responsibility for the financial statements as they reflect the city and its operations. And then lastly, advisory comments. We did have some management comments that are advisory in nature. Those are kind of best practices. We discussed those with management at our exit conference and also during the Audit and Oversight Committee meeting, and those have been provided to management. And that is all I have today for the City Commission. I know that's a fast overview of a very large report, a very important report, but what I would take from this meeting is that we did issue a clean, unmodified opinion over the financial statement audit, and we also issued a clean, unmodified opinion on the audit over compliance for the city. So if there's any questions by any members of the City Commission, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you, Matthew. Questions or comments? I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge.
Move to acknowledge.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against? Motion passes. Thank you, Matthew.
The next item is action item number 4. Is the consideration and action to approve of the resolution number 2026-054, updating the City of Brownsville's financial forecast policy.
So before we jump into this presentation, I just want to highlight that by acknowledging the previous item, we've complied with Senate Bill 1851. That's one of the requirements, the new requirements, where we have to complete the audit, present it to the Commission before 180 days pass. So we've met that obligation by the state. So now I'll go ahead and jump into this. I forgot to mention it last time. So
And that is a big deal, just so you're aware. So thank you for that. And thanks to Carr Riggs and Ingram, because they have a lot of clients that are trying to get their audits done in time. And so we really appreciate them making the effort for us to meet that requirement.
So this presentation takes a look at the city's financial outlook through 2028, through the end of this fiscal year and the next 2 years, right? And it helps us establish the policy directives and guiding principles that will frame the strategic planning process of our upcoming budget season. Something happened to our text there. It was the agenda, right? We'll start by looking at the results of the forecast, the executive summary, and then we'll take a step back and look at the economic drivers and the projections that supported those executive summary. And we'll also look at potential risks and how we're currently mitigating those risks. And finally, we'll take a look at our existing policies, financial policies, and what we're proposing to change. My clicker working? Okay. This is what our projections tell us. We're eliminating the suspense, right? And I'll start with the revenues we want to highlight on the right. Property taxes, since fiscal year 2020, we've decreased the tax rate by 14%, down from 70 cents to 60 cents. And despite that reduction, general fund revenues have increased by about 34%. Or we've increased about 10 million over that time frame. Sales tax continues to remain our largest revenue source, accounting for about 33% of our total revenues. And over the past several years, we've seen steady growth between 3 and 5%. The ambulance fees, in 2021, we had operational improvements, software upgrades, and that allowed us to triple our revenues from 3 million to 9 million. And so we've seen tremendous success there. Grants continue to be one of the most effective ways to bring outside funding into the local economy. In fiscal year 2025, we contributed 5.3 million in local matches, and we leveraged about $43 million in state and federal funds, which is a significant return on investment. And some of the enterprise funds that we'll look at are the bridge and landfill, which have consistently provided support to the general fund. And we have the fiber fund as well now, which is still in its early stages, but it's expected to become a long-term revenue generator for the city. So the overall takeaway from this is that our projections show a stable growth-driven trajectory, and that our revenues continue to increase without requiring major tax adjustments. And that this is a result of disciplined financial management, conservative forecasting, and intentional reinvestment. So before we get into the financial projections, we'll take a look at the economic drivers behind them. And you can't have a thriving economy without a growing labor force and low unemployment rate. And here we can see that our labor force grew from 162,000 in 2015 to 197,000 in 2025. And that's a growth rate of 21%. And that outpaced the overall US growth rate by 6%. Our unemployment rate dropped below 5.5%. It was decreasing until COVID hit, and it jumped back up to about 10%, and then it was decreasing again to just above 5%. And we've recently had an uptick. A large part of that is due to the job availability through LNG and SpaceX. There was also a small impact from the Southwest Keys closures last year. We also looked at home values. Right, single-family homes. We have the Brownsville values in the blue line, and then the overall United States in orange. And this shows from December 2020 to December 2025. And you can see that Brownsville started at about 200,000 coming out of COVID, and there were some fluctuations, but overall we increased about 50,000 to 250,000. Now, compared to the overall United States, for a single-family home, they're paying considerably more. They're looking at 350,000 back in 2020, and it increased about 100,000 over that time frame to 450,000. So that affordability relative to the greater United States makes us an attractive option and has contributed to our growing labor force. Tourism and visitors from outside the area also provide support for our hotel motel tax revenues, as well as injecting outside monies into the local economy. And we have 3 different metrics here. We have our average daily rate. It's in the green line. The orange shows the occupancy percentage, which is a measurement of the total number of rooms available, how much of that is actually being used. And then at the bottom, we have our hotel motel counts. And starting at the bottom, we can see we had 21 hotels in 2019. We lost one due to COVID, but then quickly recovered, and overall grew by a third by 2025. And what's interesting to note is that the occupancy rate did not dip as we added new hotels. So they weren't competing with each other for customers. They were competing for the increased travel demand that we have. And in the last couple of years, the rate dropped from $108 by $17 to $91, which is a little more competitive. So now that we have a contextual foundation for our projections, we'll start looking at our tax rates, property values, the general fund, key enterprise funds, and then the relationship between our enterprise funds and the general fund via their transfer activity. So starting with our property tax rates, we have them by fiscal year from top to bottom, and then going towards the right, you'll see the taxable assessed value, which we get from our tax rolls, the percentage growth, and then what the total rate we had for that year is, and then the two components, the maintenance and operation rate, and then the debt rate, and then what that translated to dollar-wise. Right? So as you can see, in 2016, we more than doubled by 2026 from 6 billion to 12.4 billion. And we can see that we had pretty good growth, assessed value growth, especially in most recent years. And excluding 2024, that year we had really big increase, but that was due to the state mandating that the county change their appraisal methods to match theirs, which caused that big jump. So including that one, the last 4 years were about 8% growth, and we went ahead and used 6% growth for the next 2 years. We also went ahead and assumed we're going to maintain a stable tax rate, same rate as we used this year. And if you'll notice, even though we're maintaining the same rate, we're increased our revenues to the general fund. Right, and that goes back to how we reduced our tax rate from 70 cents down to 60 cents, and even maintaining that rate, we're still growing $2 to $3 million every year. And that's due to us, or the city, focusing on valuation-driven growth, right? Not tax rate-based growth. Here we have our general fund. This is a comparative statement showing some historical costs with our end of the year projections for fiscal year 26 plus the next 2 years. We highlight our top 4 revenues. We have property taxes at the top. I do want to mention that we baked in a 4% discount on the projections. We have a 96% collection rate, right? So the numbers won't match exactly to the previous slide if you do look. Sales tax, that's our largest revenue there. Historically, we've had about 4.5%. For the next couple of years, we're anticipating 3.5% growth to be conservative. Our surplus funds from PUB, they fluctuate from time to time, but relatively stable, over $10 million. And then our operating transfers from other funds. We'll dive into that on the next slide, but we're anticipating additional growth there. And then we lump together our other revenues and our total expenditures just to keep it condensed enough to fit on a slide. But the real focus we want to look at on this is the 2 bottom parts, right? The change in fund balance and then the unassigned fund balance and how that translates to days, right? So the beginning fund balance, you'll see that we had some decreases in those first 3 years, and that was due to mid-year amendments, end-of-year amendments, using those extra days. Even doing those decreases, we still had a substantial amount of days over the 90-day policy. And our unassigned fund balance was about, if you look at it, it's pretty close to an entire year's of property taxes. So we have a very healthy fund balance. We've stayed within compliance of our 90 days policies. And going forward, we're expecting that to continue to grow moderately. And we're showing some growth there up to 109 days, but we'll of course be coming to you throughout the year and requesting mid-year amendments to use some of those excess days. Enterprise fund highlights. Here I want to talk about our long-term revenue generators. We've had the bridge fund and the landfill that have contributed historically. We're also anticipating the fiber fund to become a revenue generator in fiscal year 2028. But on average, the bridge fund has consistently produced around $4.5 million in revenues, expenses, even anticipating the highest expenses we've seen for the bridge fund for the next 3 years, we're still seeing revenue increase. And we're still seeing our fund balance days for the bridge fund, which are currently sitting at about 2 years, continuing to grow. The bridge fund, that one, you'll notice that it has a negative fund balance. And that's because they've been operating on temporary loans from the general fund. They still haven't secured those lease agreements. So we've been funding, general fund has been loaning them the money to operate. Once those lease agreements are secured, and we're anticipating those come in at about $3 million as early as potentially this year. And then they'd start paying back those temp loans. And then by 2028, they'd be in a position to have positive cash flows and begin actually creating transfers to the general fund, operating transfers. And then we have the landfill, right? That one's been hugely successful, one of our biggest contributors. And they've consistently had high levels of revenue exceeding their expenses. In 2026, we are anticipating, they did start doing the recycling. We're anticipating some revenue decrease due to the tonnage being shipped to the recycling instead, but that more than offset by the extension of the life of the landfill, right? They've also looked into further diversifying their revenues with methane gas sales. We're anticipating that to be completed by 2027, or at least started, and potentially generating up to $2 million in revenue. And they've also maintained a pretty good fund balance throughout this time period. It's fluctuated between 40 and 80 days in the past, and we're currently anticipating to be just around 50 days going forward. Here we take a look at our general fund transfer summary. As we can see, the bridge fund, we talked about the ones that transfer to the general fund. We have those at the top. The bridge fund consistently transfers between usually around $3.1 million. In 2025, they did have to transfer an additional amount related to the FEMA grants that were canceled on us. Going forward, we're expecting that to be consistent at 3.1. For the fiber fund, we're showing an $800,000 transfer should those lease agreements materialize. That's what we can expect in 2028. And then the landfill, it's fluctuated between $7 and $10 million. We're expecting that to grow up to $11 million by 2028 due to their revenue diversification and methane gas sales once that gets started. And then on the bottom, we have the enterprise funds that rely on support from the general fund. So these are the ones that the general fund transfers money to because their revenues don't completely offset their expenses. And you'll see that the airport for a while had COVID relief grants that prevented us from having to support them, right? They had those grants to offset the general fund. But in fiscal year 2025, they ended up needing about $2 million to cover the total expenses. And we expect that to continue for the next 3 years, about $2 million. The motor vehicle parking system, which has evolved to be a downtown fund pretty much now, relies on about $200,000 in the past, but we're expecting that to grow to about $340,000, $350,000 going forward. The event center as well requires some moderate levels of support from the general fund. And we're expecting that to remain at around $450,000 going forward. Public transit, historically it's been around $3 million. Going forward, we're expecting about 3.1 on average. And I do want to mention that about half of that is a local match for their state and federal grants. They do receive about 5.5 million in operating grants. So part of that transfer is that local match. So about 1.5 would be the actual support that the general fund provides. And then we have the Gulf Center. The revenues have increased. They still require operating transfer. We're expecting that to be around between 400 and 450,000. And then we have the sports park, which has increased their revenues by a significant amount, and it's allowed us to reduce the transfer that they need. So from 108,000 in 2022, they've decreased what they required from the general fund to 480,000. And we're expecting that trend to continue and decrease further to between 266 to 350,000. So we are projecting revenue growth, and we do have some exciting opportunities with methane gas sales and the fiber agreements. We do recognize
that there are some potential risks, and there's some things we can do to mitigate those. Legislative restrictions can include property tax law and rate limitations which constrain revenue growth even as service demands increase. We've seen the state begin considering additional restrictive laws, debt caps, tying our rate increase to population growth. And something we can do to mitigate that is to continuing to proactively forecast and model revenues and expenditures, continue to diversify our revenue sources, such as with the methane and fiber initiatives, and setting appropriate financial policies and adhering to them. And with the increased mandates come additional responsibilities, as well as the potential threat of non-compliance fees. And we just talked about Senate Bill 1851, which eliminates extensions for the audit and levies a multi-million-dollar fine in the form of not being able to adopt a tax rate if you don't comply. And there's even small changes, such as the Open Meetings Act requirement changing from 72 hours to 3 business days. While relatively minor, it does create a burden on timelines. So instead of people filling in potholes, you have them spending more time doing paperwork to comply with those tighter deadlines, right? So, and to address that, we continue to leverage technology. We've done that with PD, with the Axon's body camera system. Does the work of 10 full-time officers, right, on the reporting. We're looking at upgrading our ERP system for more efficient reporting. And we continue to leverage grants. We'll also continue participating with the Texas Municipal League and other organizations to stay abreast of best policies and practices. And then, although I just mentioned continue to leverage grants, there's potential risks associated with that as well, right? We've seen the government shut down, delays our grant reimbursements. We saw that with FEMA, where from one day to the next, those grants were canceled due to a change in the federal administration. There's also the Affordable Care Act. They're discussing the subsidies, right, whether they're going to continue or not. And while that doesn't directly impact the city, we do, it'll cause, if they do get rid of the subsidies, a lot of people will identify as self-pay versus relying on their insurance because their costs are going to go up. What that means for us is that our revenues, our EMS revenues that we just talked about, that have done so well, we're going to have defaults on those. So it's something we have to keep an eye on and make sure we're monitoring. And to kind of adapt to this, we got to maintain that one city mentality, continue to partner with other special governments in the area, continue to work with our nonprofits, and maintain that vigilance, right? And acknowledge that we're a border town that has some unique policies that we need to keep an eye on, right? We rely on our sister city of Matamoros. They provide revenues through the bridge revenue, and they support our sales tax as well. There's also some legal risks. Apart from the typical funding issues, there can be employment and labor law changes. There can be public safety and law enforcement mandates impacting enforcement and immigration practices. There's also been a significant shift towards competitive grants versus formula-based grants. And they've also targeted language, right? We saw that with the DEI language that we had to adapt to. So we continue to actively monitor these policies that can affect us. We've also engaged, the city has engaged with a federal lobbyist to help us stay abreast of any potential issues so that we have enough time to make sure we pivot and adjust as needed. So the key takeaways from these projections is that our local economy is positioned to support this continued growth, and that this growth is occurring in a diversified and balanced manner. So with that, we get to the crux of the matter. Our current policies that are part of our strategic planning process, right? Our first step in this process is to establish our policy statements. Then the strategic approach involves the input from the budget subcommittee. And then these projections are part of the budget assumptions, but we also work hand in hand with the departments as well
to really dive in and nail down their line item budgets, right? So on the left, we have our policy statements. We've had these for the last 2 years. They remained unchanged, and we are proposing 4 changes to these that I'll just jump right into. The first one, and the main one, is changing the general fund balance requirement from 90 days to 70 days. And to put for some contextual context, the 90-day policy was established in 2020. It was discussed in 2020, put into practice for 2021, and that was in direct response to pandemic, right? And back in at that time, there was a tremendous amount of uncertainty. There was a worldwide lockdown. Nobody knew how long it was going to last, and that was 100% the right move to make at the time. But looking back, we can see that financially speaking, it didn't have much of an impact on the city. Our revenue still hit their budget that year and the following years after that. So we're proposing to transition due to the change in environment from relying on the general fund solely to safeguard the city's resources, to transition to a multi-fund balanced approach to it by establishing a reserve within the bridge fund. Sorry. And then we'd also like to establish a new funds requirement where we would dedicate 1 day of our surplus days specifically to this capital reserve and economic development incentive fund, which is a new fund. Well, it's not exactly new. We previously had the infrastructure and maintenance fund that was established in 2020, but shortly after we established the internal service funds, one of which is the buildings and maintenance fund, and they had overlapping responsibilities. So the IMF became obsolete. It hasn't really been used since then. And so we'd like to repurpose that into dual purposes, expanding the scope, not only deferred maintenance, but also infrastructure, and then the economic development that goes hand in hand with it. The last change we'd like to make is the just minor housekeeping changes, changing the language from infrastructure maintenance fund to the more generic term of deferred maintenance and renaming the 5-year general fund financial forecast. 5 years general fund financial forecast implies that there's numbers involved, but it's actually a set of policies. And we're now evolving to encompass the whole city, take a holistic approach to our fund balances rather than just focusing on the general fund. So we'd like to simply rename it to the financial forecast policy.
These revenues that are being made available from the 20 days, these are unassigned funds?
Yes, sir.
Until we assign them?
Correct. What we would talk about doing is taking the 20 to 24 days and going from 90 to 70 and put those in this capital reserve and economic development incentive fund as assigned fund balances for those purposes. Anytime we were have a reason to spend them, we would bring that directly back to the commission for their approval. This is for unanticipated items, and I can give you some examples. A new airline comes and needs an MRG, then we have funds available to do it. Finishing the cannery while we process litigation. We want to finish that project. We need cash to do it while we go through the legal process. Another example would be, for instance, we have the splash pads with BCIC funding. Those came in above budget. Do we want to eliminate a splash pad instead of doing 2, or do we want to do both of them and use some of these funds to do it? So anytime an item like that came up, we have these assigned fund balances now in order to make those expenditures, but only with the sole permission from the commission. We would always bring those back to you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, so approving the policy change does not approve spending the funds. We would still have to come back to you with a budget amendment for your review and approval. And I do want to point out that the net effect, well, changing the fund balance from 90 days to 70 days decreases the fund balance requirement by $8 million. But when we establish the bridge fund balance by $3.1 million, protecting our operating transfer from the bridge fund to the general fund, the net effect is $5 million.
And we said that we expect for that to go up as well, the bridge fund?
Correct. And we'd still have unassigned balance of 5 million left over in the bridge fund, which gives us our 8 million. And we still have 90 days. It's just in another form, a multi-fund reserve form.
And then the other item I would add is we will be looking at creating this multi-fund approach with other funds in the future. As the fiber fund grows, we would come back with a policy for that. As the landfill continues to have very strong revenues, and when we had the methane gas, we would come back with a policy for that. And so this is an approach that GFOA is encouraging cities, rather than just keeping all of your unassigned fund balance in the general fund, they're asking cities to start looking across multiple funds. So again, it's that whole theory of having diversified revenue as being a smart way to manage. And we're in a position now to start doing that. And that is why we're bringing that recommendation forward to you today, is to start that process.
Otherwise, those 8 million would be sitting there.
It just sits there idly
Correct.
and it gains interest, but it really is not, we have things we need to deal with. And we have, economic development deals that need to be made, and we have some emergency road repairs or things like that. And this gives us the flexibility to do it.
I'd also add that while we do gain interest, it hasn't kept pace with the cost of inflation. So even though we're making interest, the cost of goods have gone up. We saw that with the cannery. Costs have just gone up since we first started that.
The last item I would add is when we originally started talking about this, we did ask our financial advisor, Dave Gordon, to take this to our bond rating agencies and ask them how they felt about this change in policy. And they thought this was fine, especially since we're looking at the multi-fund approach and moving toward that. So that didn't give them any heartburn, and they would not downgrade our bond rating by changing to this policy.
So with that, is there any other questions related to this?
Does the commission have any questions or comments? Not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes. Thank you, Steve.
Next item is action item number 5. It is the consideration and action to approve the resolution number 2026-037 to establish a revised mayor pro tem and the deputy mayor pro tem rotation schedule and the protocol for the calendar year 2026. So before you is to consider, is to repeal the September 16 action that took place that was adopted at the last city commission. Also, this adopts the strategic planning direction that was recently approved, which governs the structure for the pro tem position. This establishes the clean governance style format for the at-large positions and the district commissioners. Also, the proposed resolution does set the invitations to be extended to the individual members and the city commission as a whole, and not to an individual body or the seat will not be accepted, as well as the order of the presiding authority will be for the mayor, and then the mayor pro tem. In the absence of those two will be the deputy mayor pro tem. And then if those are absent, then the mayor will designate a city commission. Also, the ceremony will be the mayor will be the primary representative, as well as the district commissioners will attend those district events, and the pro tem participates only in the mayor's absence. Next slide. So before you is the proposed mayor pro tem and the deputy mayor pro tem structure. The position, which is the mayor pro tem, shall be assigned from the at-large commissioners, place A and place B, and will rotate quarterly. As well as the deputy mayor pro tem position will be selected from the district commissioners, as well as being the quarterly rotation schedule. The official representation for the consistency and the representation of the city commission, that the invitations are related to the official city business and events presented by the governing body for those functions shall be coordinated through the city manager's office, as well as the invitations that are extended to the individual members of the city commission or to a selected officials will not be accepted when they are pertaining to official city business. When appropriated, that the representation shall be coordinated through the mayor, then the mayor pro tem, as well as the deputy mayor pro tem or the district commissioners to participate for the district events. The next slide shows the visual of the pro tem rotation schedule, should you wish to adopt for consideration based upon the quarter terms, as well as the pro tem quarterly rotation, as well as the deputy mayor pro tem. I'll be happy to answer any questions as well as staff, and this is for your consideration.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
I do have a question. On the, can you elaborate on the invitations extended to individual members of the commission or selected officials would not be accepted when representing official city business?
I think we've had some examples where some organization has invited the mayor and the mayor pro tem. And we're like, no, everybody gets invited. And that's the way we think it should be. Of course, we'll leave that open to your all's discretion, but I think they do it sometimes just simply to save a few dollars on not having 7 plates. We think that you're a body, you meet as a body, you make decisions as a body. We think the right thing is for everybody to be invited. If you're rotating the mayor pro tem and the deputy mayor pro tem, then it just ends up being who happens to be in the seat who gets invited to that dinner. And we didn't feel like there was any fairness to that. So that's why we brought that up. But again, simply a suggestion, not necessarily a recommendation, but we'll leave that open for your discussion. But that's why we structured it that way.
Well, I'll share on my behalf. I know we spoke about protocol as a commission when we had a retreat. What we wanted was to provide structure and guidance. Anytime a situation arised, we could go back and point and say, this is step 1, step 2, step 3, or vice versa, how it goes. I am still of the opinion that the rotation should remain as is. The mayor pro tem rotation as of now rotates among all commissioners. So when there is not one available, there's a deputy and vice versa. This new structure, I don't agree with it. I think we should stick to the same one, but I also think that we should create the protocols that consider the protocols that are being recommended. That's my take.
I agree with you, Commissioner. I think if we change it, it's going to be different for some of us that never got to do it, like myself, as a new commissioner. I never got a chance to do the mayor pro tem. So like the old saying says, if it's not broke, why fix it? I think it's working now. I think if we were to change it, you know, some feelings might get hurt. And we have such a good, I believe, and I really think that we have such a good commission and a mayor right now. It's not the time to change it. I think we all get along, we all respect each other. And I think it's just better to leave it alone. Just my 2 cents.
I'm all in favor with whatever the body wants to do. I mean, I brought this up at our retreat simply because I do believe in government structure. And I think there needs to be some sort of reason that the city of Brownsville has an at-large position. Currently, I understand it from the voter's perspective. I think a voter has the right to elect 4. to vote on 4 of the 7 members up here. The mayor, the at-large A, the at-large B, and their district commissioner. And I think that they deserve that right. I think that's a good structure. I think the structure that doesn't make sense to me is having to run a citywide race as an at-large. That is pretty difficult to do. And ultimately, my whole point was there is nothing that someone would benefit from that, right? It's a hefty cost to run a citywide race to gain votes from all 4 districts. And ultimately, when it comes to governance, there's not really anything in protocol that changes that. But I mean, I have no problem. I put it up here because I do believe in. I love to study and read governance and stewardship, and I do believe that there needs to be some sort of protocol or governmental structure that is put in place for having an at-large position in city government. Other than that, I just don't. I don't like also just going to certain events, and I don't believe. Sometimes I feel as an at-large out of place unless the mayor is not represented to speak. And so either that or we have a lot of speakers. The mayor gets to speak, and they always ask me, as at large, would you like to say something? Well, not if the mayor and the district commissioner are already going to speak, because we're all going to say the same thing in front of our constituents. And it just makes the roll call really, like the list of events, rather large. So I usually try to refrain if the district commissioner's there to not take that. But then at some point, as an at-large, I figure, what is my district? When do I get to represent my district? I really don't have one. But yet the road here is very difficult. So I did bring up in our retreat that there should be 6 districts so that we have a district to represent. So I just wanted to clarify that this is up here because I brought it up in our retreat, but I wasn't even here, I think, when you all discussed it. I was overseas when it was tabled and moved to executive. I was not able to participate. And also, it was good for me not to participate because I wanted you all to discuss that without the elephant in the room, right? That is the one who brought it up, but I just wanted for clarity, why it's on the agenda, I think, is because we discussed it and I brought it up in our retreat.
Commissioner Villarreal, I completely understand what you're saying. And I kind of understand how you feel when the mayor is in town and it's just the mayor and the commissioner, how you would feel out of place. I completely understand where you're going. I understand what you're feeling.
Well, I can certainly say that it takes a team in order to be successful. And in some of the initiatives that we've had in District 2, it feels really nice to have backup from Mr. Villarreal and backup from Ms. Galansky, and to have the mayor behind as well. And sometimes if I may not answer as a District 2 representative for whatever reason, a text, a message, a call, then it's really nice to have backup from Mr. Villarreal, and it's backup from Ms. Galansky, and backup from Mr. Cowan. It feels really nice to have 3 additional people on your team to help you push forth important initiatives and needs within the community. And so I definitely love the structure of having 2 at-large commissioners and the mayor as well. And I do agree that we do need a certain protocol, which we have adopted as of late. I think you brought forth the issue, and I completely agree with you. And we have done a better job within a city to have more of a structure where we do have only a district commissioner or an at-large commissioner or the mayor speak, or all 3 speak on behalf of this event. I would like to remain the same, how we have been the same. I do like it. And then I do also like the whole official representation and invitations as well onto there. I think sometimes some people can be left off. Like, I can't speak on behalf of myself because it's hard for me sometimes to go to some of these events. However, I do, and I have heard where some may have feel left out. And so I do like that. I do like those 2 bulletproof, but I would like to remain the same as we have been.
So could the protocol stay in place and they just refrain or retract back to the original mayor pro tem schedule?
Yes, if there's no action, then there's no action on this, as the September 16 action that adopted it is still in play. So if there's no motion to move, there's no motion, so we can proceed if the governing body chooses so.
I think we'll proceed. There's no motion
Okay.
being made.
Moving on.
There was no motion.
So there's no action, and then what we'll do is just notate it for the record that there's no action on this. So this resolution number can be recycled for another previous action. So you may see this resolution number come back, but there will be no action on this,
Thank you.
Thank you.
from what I hear from the governing body. Perfect. Now that concludes the individual consideration. Next, we have the board appointments. We do have a few for your consideration. Action item number 1 is to consider the adoption of the resolution number 2026-039 to appoint a member to fill an unexpired term on the Special Needs Advisory Board. This appointment is for Commissioner Galansky for your consideration.
So I will nominate Jose Hector Sertuche.
We have a motion. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Against? Motion passes.
The next item is to consider the approval of the resolution number 2026-043A to appoint members to the One City Committee.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Tonight, we do need 4 appointments. In the last meeting, we did receive 3 for this inaugural One City Committee. And we would like to request appointment from Commissioner Villarreal, Martinez, Macias, and Cardenas.
I'll move to appoint Alejandro Garcia.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion passes.
I would like to appoint Seth Rivera.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against? Motion passes. I'll be holding on my appointment, Marina.
Me too.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting to speak to.
So we'll table those 2
Couple
to
of
the
people, yep.
April 7th meeting.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Next item to consider is resolution number 2026-051 to appoint members to fill an unexpired term on the Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, BCIC. This appointment is for Commissioner De Leon.
I would like to nominate Stephanie Galvez.
We have a
Second.
motion. We have a second?
Second.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes.
The last appointment is to adopt the resolution number 2026-53 to appoint a member to fill an unexpired term to the Greater Brownsville Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. This appointment is for Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Myra. I had sat down with a gentleman who would have been a great candidate but unfortunately, they have health issues that they had to take a step back. So in lieu of that, I know my seat has been vacant. I would like to appoint myself in the meantime while I find somebody else to replace
Okay,
the vacancy.
perfect. Okay,
Second. Second.
there's a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against? Motion passes.
It passes. Mayor Pro Tem, may we enter into executive session?
So move.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So moved. Executive session.
Perfect. The city commission will enter into executive session. The time is 8:09 PM. Pursuant to item number one is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and .072 and .087 related to Project Moon. The next item is number two is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.074 related to the city attorney's performance evaluation. We are into closed executive session. We will return. Mayor Pro Tem, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, ma'am.
We are reconvened back into open session at 8:30 PM. Is there any possible action from executive session?
No action.
Adjournment?
Second.
Motion and second.
Aye.
All aye, pass. We're adjourned at 8:30 PM. Vámonos.